connected to the case, but she has been
because laugh a little hard, a little less, smile, oh, because you're
private investigator claiming that he found this industrial burn cage inside David's.
This case just took a turn that nobody was ready for. Investigators are now looking into what David's new girlfriend might be hiding in connection to Celeste's murder, and it's going much deeper than anyone expected. What once seemed distant is now right at the center, and the pressure is clearly building. Inside the Hollywood home David was renting, investigators allegedly found an incinerator and a burn cage. That detail alone shifts the direction of this case and raises serious concerns. But before getting into that part, attention has turned to someone who has been quietly present in the background from the very start. Her name is Asia Collins. She's been described as David's alleged girlfriend and someone within his inner circle. For a long time, people treated her like background noise, present but not important. That thinking no longer applies. Her name keeps resurfacing, and not in a harmless way. Once grand jury pressure started tightening, everything changed. Reports began circulating about an uncooperative witness, and those reports stated the witness was a woman. That's when Asia's name started coming up. There was even mention of a possible body attachment, meaning she could be forced to appear or face legal consequences. This situation is escalating fast. As of now, there has been zero confirmation that the woman being talked about is Asia Collins. None. This is still speculation, and that needs to be said clearly. At the same time, it's not hard to see why people are connecting dots the way they are, because reports revealed that the uncooperative witness is allegedly represented by the same lawyer as David's music executive. Yes, the very same executive who was recently questioned in this case. To be clear, that alone proves nothing, but shared legal representation within the same tight inner circle during the same investigation is the kind of overlap that makes people pause and look twice. Especially if, hypothetically, Asia were the uncooperative witness TMZ was referring to. Then Reddit jumped into the mix. A screenshot started circulating that was allegedly taken from Asia's IG story, where she appeared to distance herself from the entire David situation. The message said, "For legal and safety reasons, I do not feel comfortable talking about the case. I will speak about it in due time. In the meantime, I suggest you don't believe everything you see online." Now that screenshot is unverified, and that needs to be said out loud. According to Reddit, it was sent anonymously to a moderator, so take it for what it is. Still, the timing made people stop scrolling. Right around then, threads began popping up claiming Asia had relocated to Oslo, Norway, and people weren't calling it a casual move anymore. They weren't calling it a vacation. People were calling it a straight-up get-out-of-town situation.
Is a female witness. We're unclear who she is or how she may be connected to the case, but she has been uncooperative, so much so that the district attorney is considering getting something called a body.
And with that context in mind, an older live stream suddenly hits way different. There's an old stream where David is live with Neon. At the time, it didn't set off alarms, but looking back now, it feels uncomfortable. During the stream, David randomly brings up a foul smell in the house. Neon is right there when it happens, watching it unfold in real time. What stands out isn't just the comment, it's how fast David tries to explain it away. He immediately apologizes and says he used the bathroom about 2 hours earlier. But anyone knows, if someone used the bathroom 2 hours ago, a smell shouldn't still be lingering like that. That explanation didn't sit right with a lot of people. Then viewers noticed something else. There's a girl in the background of the stream. Her name is Sakura. She keeps wiping her nose. She looks uncomfortable, almost like she's reacting to something in the air. What's strange is that the explanation about the smell seems directed at her specifically, like everyone else in the room already understood what was going on. Neon doesn't question it. The other girl barely reacts. It's treated like something familiar, not surprising. That's when people started going back to the comments. One person wrote, "He is not slick at all. This stream is very telling of how nervous he was. Hey Celeste, Rivas Hernandez." Another said, "The look on that girl's face after he tried to explain the smell shows she is already in on it." As if this situation wasn't already wild enough, things took another turn when reports surfaced about a burn cage and an incinerator allegedly found inside the Hollywood Hills home David was renting. This was around the same time Celeste's body was discovered. And no, this wasn't a fireplace or a backyard grill. According to listings, this was equipment designed to reach temperatures around 1,600 degrees. Reports say the discovery was made by a private investigator hired by the property owner after everything came to light. The incinerator was reportedly still boxed and unused. And let's be honest, once you hear that, your mind immediately starts racing. People began wondering if the reason Celeste was left in the trunk had something to do with this equipment not being ready yet. That's not an accusation, but it is a thought many say they couldn't shake once the detail became public. Earlier reports also mentioned cutting tools found inside David's home. In everyday situations, tools are just tools. But in this context, people pointed out how unsettling it feels when those details sit next to each other. Again, no claims are being made here, but the combination alone made a lot of people uncomfortable. Once you sit with that for a moment, it changes how everything else feels. That's where the secret posts and coded messages start getting attention. People began digging into an Instagram account called Extra David after the story broke. At first glance, it looked like artsy, abstract, moody content. But given everything else, some viewers felt like there was more being hinted at beneath the surface. There's one beach photo people keep circling back to because of the date attached to it. It lands uncomfortably close to January 2nd, which many believe may be the day Celeste lost her life. At first glance, the image seems harmless, but the caption includes the phrase, "death from smoking," just sitting there casually like it means nothing. That's when people started paying closer attention. Then there's another post, this one from Millard Canyon Falls. It looks calm and scenic, just a peaceful nature shot. But when people flipped the image upside down, the markings appeared to read 14, a number many viewers immediately connected to Celeste. The caption on that post said, "My site is beautiful." And once people noticed that detail, the mood around it shifted fast. It's one of those moments that makes you pause whether you want to or not. That leads into something else that made a lot of people uneasy, the Unsent Project. If you're not familiar, it's an online archive of anonymous messages people never sent to their first love. Anyone can submit. Everything is anonymous, and there's no way to verify who wrote what. That part matters. When people searched the name Celeste, the messages that came up hit hard. Things like, "I'm sorry about everything and I miss your pretty voice. S. Celeste." Another said, "You'll forever be the one that got away. I hope that invisible string theory exists for us." And another read, "Maybe in another life where things didn't pull us apart." It could be anyone, but once people noticed that repeated phrase, it made everything feel heavier. The phrase invisible string theory stands out even more when you realize David has a song with that exact title on his 2025 album, Withered. Same wording, same concept, same idea of people being tied together by something unseen. That connection alone made a lot of people pause. To be clear, no one is saying those anonymous messages came from him. That claim can't be made. But when the same phrases keep popping up across song titles, lyrics, posts, and anonymous messages all circling the same name, it stops feeling random. It starts feeling like something is slipping through the cracks. And the scariest part is, this story doesn't feel finished yet. If you've been following this case, let me know what you think in the comments. Make sure to like, subscribe, and share, and I'll see you in the next one.
Rose grows from the dirt and then it also decays back into the dirt. So with this project, the way I made it, the way I'm talking about the themes on this project, the way I'm talking about my emotions and my feelings, it's all returning to the dirt with this. It's like a entire life.
People online are speculating about supposed satanic rituals involving Celeste Rivas Hernandez. To be clear, none of this has been confirmed. It's all coming from Reddit threads and resurfaced clips connected to the case. This situation didn't appear out of nowhere. It's been quietly building for a while. The attention started when an old documentary clip from over 2 years ago began circulating again. In it, David allegedly had a poem saved on his phone that mentioned storing blood, drinking it, and performing rituals surrounded by it.
It was a big part of my life, and it's the reason that I make the music that I make, and I basically write a poem.
Once that clip resurfaced, people began connecting it to existing details from the case. After revisiting the reports, some began questioning the numbers. The medical examiner listed Celeste's weight at around 70 pounds, while her hometown sheriff's missing person report listed her closer to 120. That difference caught everyone's attention. This led to more questions. Could that kind of weight change happen naturally? Could decomposition explain it? Or, as some began speculating, could bodily fluids, including blood, have been removed? That's when the conversation began to spread even faster. People went further, digging up older videos of David talking about white roses, saying they're beautiful because they look like a human drained of blood. That single line reignited interest in the case and pushed the online theories to another level. After that, people began spotting what they thought were strange patterns. White shirts with red stains, white flowers marked with traces of red. The contrast between purity and blood started standing out, and to some, it didn't seem random at all. It looked intentional, like something David kept returning to in his visuals and art. Others, however, felt people were reaching too far, reading too much into color choices and aesthetics that could just be creative direction. That was the point when the Reddit thread started to split into sides. One user jumped in saying Celeste only weighed 70 pounds at the time of her autopsy because her body had decomposed significantly, not because her blood had been drained, which was what some others were hinting at. The argument quickly turned into a back and forth about timelines, whether the reports referred to weeks or months, and why those timelines kept changing depending on who was talking. Then another comment pushed the conversation in a new direction. Someone pointed out that David's idol, Playboy Cardi, calls himself a vampire. On its own, that might mean nothing, just shock value imagery tied to his music persona. Cardi has been using vampire themes and dark symbolism for years. But when people are already discussing blood poems, ritual-like language, white roses, white clothes stained red, and now vampire references, it started feeling connected in people's minds. Instead of dropping it there, users went back through David's own writing, his journal entries, and the notes that came with the withered scrapbook. That's when everything started to feel more personal. The very first page reportedly opened with the line, "Welcome to Witherhead." And from there, David began writing about himself, what he was going through, what shaped him, and how deeply personal the whole project had become. It made some people believe the darker imagery wasn't just for art. It was reflecting what was happening inside his mind. The opening of the Witherhead notes reads like someone setting a dark, emotional scene before the music even begins. It feels like he wanted people to step into his headspace before hearing a single lyric.
I've got the journal. I've got David's secret journal. Songs from Withered Scrapbook. I've got it. Okay, I've got it. It's here. It's bad. It's bad. Right? It's bad.
Then comes the first track, Atomic Land, and that's where listeners really started paying close attention. David explains that the song is about being delusional in a relationship, falling in love with the idea of a person rather than who they truly are. He describes letting that rush take over, making choices he knew were bad for him, and creating an illusion of connection that never actually existed. It doesn't sound like a typical breakup song. It sounds like someone realizing in real time that they were losing touch with reality. Right after that comes Sky, and the emotional weight doesn't lift. The lyrics dive even deeper into feelings of isolation and confusion. He talks about watching everything around him collapse, feeling misunderstood by the people closest to him, and believing something might be wrong with him because he can't express what's going on inside. There's even a part where he mentions feeling talked down to by someone he loves because he can't seem to hold himself together. Reading those lyrics back to back, it doesn't sound like someone reflecting after healing. It feels like someone still trapped inside the chaos while trying to make sense of it. The pain feels immediate, not distant. But this is where things need to be grounded for a moment. As intense as all the outrage and theories online have gotten, the fact remains that David has only been labeled a person of interest in the case for several months, despite endless demands for his arrest. People saying it's obvious and overdue, nothing official has changed yet. The gap between public anger and actual legal movement is part of why the online conversation refuses to calm down. Still, some are beginning to wonder if all this energy is being directed at the wrong thing, if people are chasing the drama instead of the truth. While everyone online stays locked in on trying to connect David to the death of Celeste Rivas Hernandez, others have started raising a different concern. What about the fact that he was reportedly dating someone underage? That detail keeps getting brushed aside far too easily. Authorities have said things like, no one knew how old she was, or that people assumed she was older. But that doesn't erase what actually happened. Dating someone below the legal age isn't a side note, it's a serious issue. Some users feel this part is being ignored because the focus has shifted to the darker, more sensational theories. Even a few of David's friends have come forward claiming they thought Celeste was in college and had no idea she was younger. Reddit users, though, haven't accepted that explanation. They argue there's no way everyone in that close-knit circle could have been unaware, especially the ones who spent the most time with her. Names like Ace Collins and Neo keep getting brought up, with people suggesting that if anything dark or ritual-related was happening, even hypothetically, then others must have noticed something, or possibly even played a part. And then there's the talk about his label. Once people started taking a wider look, the conversation expanded beyond David himself. It shifted toward the people in positions of power around him. One name that keeps resurfacing is Robert M. Go, the general manager at David's record label, Mogul Vision, who also happens to be the president of his touring company. That connection has fueled even more suspicion online, with users questioning whether people higher up knew more than they've admitted, or if they helped protect David from facing real consequences. As people kept digging, the focus started turning toward the inner workings of Mogul Vision itself. Fans and internet sleuths began examining old social media posts, company event photos, and even archived interviews, looking for signs of who might have known what. The deeper they looked, the more questions came up about how much the label really understood about David's private life, and whether they turned a blind eye to things that didn't seem right. Several online users pointed out that around the time Celeste Rivas Hernandez went missing, the label had gone quiet. No statements, no denials, not even a show of support for her family. That silence was what set people off again. Some claimed it looked less like caution and more like protection, trying to keep things under wraps until the noise faded. Others argued it was just a legal strategy, that the company didn't want to say anything that could later be used in court. Then came the resurfaced clip from a behind-the-scenes video of David's withered tour. In it, someone who appears to be Robert M. Go can be seen telling staff to keep everything clean and quiet. To most people, that sounded like a normal production note. But in the current climate, it was enough to send Reddit and TikTok threads into overdrive, with users interpreting it as an attempt to control the narrative. All this has created an atmosphere of mistrust around Mogul Vision and everyone linked to David's team. People aren't just questioning his actions anymore. They're wondering who else might have been aware, and if there were efforts to bury uncomfortable truths. Whether those suspicions hold any weight or not, the public isn't backing down. Every new detail, every screenshot, every repost seems to make the story feel bigger, darker, and harder to ignore. Not long after the conversations around Mogul Vision exploded, another layer of speculation started taking over, this time focused on the evidence, or rather, the lack of it. People began questioning how months could pass without any major updates from law enforcement, especially when so many claims were already circulating online. Some believe investigators are sitting on information, while others think the case may have hit a wall. Either way, the silence is only making things louder. Screenshots started circulating again. Photos of text messages allegedly between David and someone believed to be Celeste Rivas Hernandez. The messages haven't been confirmed, but they show arguments, late-night apologies, and one disturbing line where he supposedly wrote, "I can't control what happens next." That single sentence became its own thread, sparking endless theories about what he meant and when it was written. Then came the supposed audio clip, low quality and difficult to verify, where a voice sounding like David talks about energy exchanges and binding through trust. It's impossible to prove it's him, but that didn't stop people from spreading it across platforms. Some interpreted it as poetic talk from an artist. Others saw it as something far darker. Meanwhile, supporters of David have been trying to push back, claiming the internet has turned into a digital witch hunt. They argue that every blurry clip and unverified screenshot is being treated like hard evidence. But critics say that if there's nothing to hide, he should address it publicly. His silence is being read as guilt by many, especially now that every post, lyric, and archived live stream is being picked apart for hidden meanings. At this point, the story has become bigger than just one case. It's turned into a full-blown cultural moment, an online investigation powered by obsession, fear, and frustration. Everyone seems to be chasing answers, but the truth still feels just out of reach. As the online chaos kept growing, something unexpected happened. People who claimed to have known David personally started speaking out. Old classmates, former collaborators, and even a few ex-staff members began dropping their own experiences into the conversation. Some described him as quiet and withdrawn, someone deeply consumed by his art. Others painted a different picture, saying he had a darker side that surfaced when he felt misunderstood or challenged. One former videographer came forward, posting a long thread saying that during the making of the withered visuals, David insisted on filming in abandoned buildings and refused to let anyone else review the footage before release. According to that post, he said it had to stay pure because it represented the parts of him people weren't supposed to see. That statement immediately set off debates, with some calling it artistic mystery and others seeing it as something more unsettling. Then, screenshots from an old group chat were leaked, allegedly showing members of David's team joking about the cult vibe surrounding his latest project. The authenticity of those messages hasn't been confirmed, but their tone made many believe that at least some people around him noticed the imagery was getting out of control. Whether they took it seriously or not, no one can tell. By this point, what began as speculation about Celeste Rivas Hernandez's death had spiraled into a wider discussion about power, fame, and how far people will go to protect an image. Fans who once admired David's creativity now seem split. Half defending his artistry, the other half convinced there's something deeply wrong behind the scenes. The question dominating every thread now is simple. How much of what we've seen was performance? And how much of it was confession? Until the investigation moves forward, all anyone can do is piece together fragments, and the more people dig, the stranger the story becomes. David was finally questioned by a Los Angeles grand jury, not about committing anything, but about what he knew and when he knew it regarding Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Reports suggest the focus of the questioning centered on one crucial point: why he didn't contact the police sooner after learning about what happened. According to people who were present, he allegedly said that he didn't feel it was his responsibility and wanted to keep going with the tour. That single statement has reignited the entire debate. If his managers and team were that close to him, how much did they actually know? And how early? Because if anything strange really was taking place in that house, it's hard for many to believe that nobody noticed a thing. The timeline, the silence, the careful public image, all of it has only deepened the mystery instead of clearing it up. People online are now asking the same haunting question: was this just negligence or something much more deliberate? Every new report adds another layer to the confusion, and until the investigation makes a public move, speculation is all anyone has to go on. One thing is clear: the story isn't going away anytime soon. Whether you believe this is a tragic misunderstanding or something darker, the case of Celeste Rivas Hernandez has shaken everyone watching it unfold. If you want to stay updated as this story develops, make sure to like, subscribe, and share this video. Drop your thoughts in the comments. Do you think David's silence means guilt, or is he just being cautious? Let's talk about it below, and I'll see you in the next one.
In the back of my mind, I killed you, and I didn't even regret it. I can't believe I said it.
We have been telling you about a body parts found in the trunk of a Tesla owned by the singer David. We now know who the victim is in this case, and there are a lot of twists and turns.
It was quiet, nice. She come in like, if she buy like a chips, soda, and leave. Sometimes she come with a friend from the neighborhood.
One of the things is, how does a person that's been missing since April 2024 be found today dismembered in the back of a truck?
I don't even know how to start this without saying how truly heartbreaking this whole thing is. The mother of Celeste Rivas Hernandez, the 13-year-old whose body was found inside singer David's car, is finally speaking out, and her words are shaking everybody following this case. Before we even unpack the mess, I gotta say this loud. My heart goes out to her family because this isn't just a headline. This was a daughter, a child, a whole life that should have been protected. The details coming out are disturbing, and the people tracking this situation have been completely shaken. On September 8th, police found a body in a black bag inside a Tesla abandoned in the Hollywood Hills, and the condition was so bad that officials said it was badly decomposed. That Tesla registered to David Anthony Burke, the same young artist who blew up off Romantic Homicide, the same kid who started by recording tracks on his phone and posting gaming clips online. At first, folks didn't want to believe any of it. It felt unreal. But once the coroner confirmed the victim matched the description of a missing 13-year-old girl, and when her mother came forward saying she believed the girl was her daughter, Celeste, everything shifted instantly. This is no rumor anymore. This is a real investigation with a grieving mother demanding answers, and every new detail makes the situation even more disturbing. After the shock of Celeste's mom stepping forward, people started going back to how this whole nightmare began. On September 8th, news broke that a decomposed body had been found inside a Tesla sitting in an impound lot. And at first, it sounded like one of those strange Hollywood stories, until the public found out that the car was registered to David himself, that Tesla had been abandoned in a Hollywood Hills neighborhood days before it got towed, and that's when this entire case took a terrifying turn. Nobody reported the car stolen, and nobody stepped up to claim it, which already had people raising their eyebrows. But when investigators popped the trunk, they found black bags holding human remains. And according to the medical examiner, those remains belonged to a young girl with wavy black hair, a tube top, and leggings. This is where things turned straight eerie. The LAPD didn't drop a name right away, but folks online were already connecting the dots with missing cases. Celeste Rivas Hernandez had disappeared from Lake Elsinore back in April 2024, and she was only 13 when she went missing. The description of the body lined up with her almost perfectly. Even the jewelry sounded identical. Her mother said she had a sinking feeling the moment the police released the details. And just imagine that for a second, hearing a description on the news and realizing it might be your child. That's the kind of pain she had to face. And it only got worse when she mentioned the tattoo. Celeste had the word "sh" inked on her index finger, the exact same tattoo David had on his own finger. Her mother also shared that Celeste had a boyfriend named David, and that detail alone made people start tying her story to the singer, especially with everything else coming out. She didn't just talk facts either. She spoke like a mother who felt unheard, saying she believed people around her daughter knew more than they admitted and that the system didn't move fast enough to protect her. She feels like people around her daughter knew Celeste was involved with someone older and nobody stepped in to protect her, which makes everything hit even heavier. It also makes the whole situation way harder to brush off as some random coincidence.
Oh, yo, wait.
Oh, look it. Answer that one. That's so mean if you don't answer.
Which one? What's good, David? Big fan. Oh, thank you, Mitch.
Before this case blew up, most people only knew David as that quiet, artsy kid who blew up overnight. He wasn't painted as some wild rapper with a messy reputation, nothing like that. That's why so many people instantly said, no way, it couldn't be him. For anyone who doesn't know, David Burke was literally just a Fortnite pro before music ever took him anywhere. He always told people he started making songs because he needed non-copyright music for his gameplay videos, so he grabbed his iPhone, downloaded BandLab, and locked himself in his sister's closet to record. That's how raw and DIY his whole come-up was.
It was such an honor to just be a part of that, tour. I remember when I got the email that I was on, like I was just leaping for joy, because it was kind of like a rollout to that too. I remember SZA had mentioned me in 2 other interviews before then, she was on a Billboard interview where the interviewer asked her what her favorite artists are, and she included me as one of them. She was like, that D4 kid, that guy that makes like the emo beautiful music. And I was like, yes. And it was super viral on TikTok. And she was literally in Hawaii with one of her friends, and she heard my music in like a shop, and she just asked the cashier who was playing, and it happened to be me. And that's like the most craziest random thing ever.
Then came romantic homicide. And honestly, I don't even know how to explain the way that track took over the internet. If you've been on TikTok anytime in the past couple years, you've heard it, in the back of my mind, you died. That hook turned him into a superstar overnight. He signed with Interscope, opened for SZA, and even got a Fortnite collab using his own gameplay as the music video, which only boosted his rise even more. So when people heard a body was found in his Tesla, it didn't match the image fans had of him at all. Folks saw him as this introverted, creative kid who kept to himself and stayed far from scandals. He wasn't known for partying, he wasn't popping up on gossip sites. He had this whole safe and low-key vibe going on. And here's the wild part. He didn't even pause his tour when the news dropped. While investigators were searching through his car, he was on stage in Seattle performing like nothing happened. But instead of helping him stay under the radar, fans noticed something way darker creeping into the conversation. In his Sleep Well music video, people pointed out a girl who looked shockingly similar to Celeste. Same hair, same vibe. And she wasn't just standing in the background. The whole video had this eerie, funeral-like energy. And it doesn't stop there, because his visuals have always leaned heavy into death themes, which now feels way more unsettling than before. His visuals were heavy on gore and dark themes, almost like he was obsessed with turning tragedy into some kind of artistic statement. Fans even mentioned he was handing out stuffed Labubu toys at his show, which had people asking how someone could perform the same night their name got tied to a homicide investigation.
Alright, so I'm gonna go 2 to the room now.
Sure, he canceled the tour now, but only after facing massive backlash from every direction. Not long after the victim was identified, police made their next major move. LAPD homicide detectives rolled up to a Hollywood house connected to David. The place was technically rented under Josh Marshall, his manager, but anyone who's seen David's old posts knows he filmed tons of clips inside that same spot. Detectives searched the house on Wednesday and walked out carrying a computer along with several evidence bags. And while that might sound standard for a case like this, the location made things way more suspicious. The house they searched was right by the alley where the Tesla had been abandoned. We're talking a quick walk away. So when cops start pulling evidence from the same area where the car got dumped, that's not a good sign at all. And even that wasn't the end of it, because reporters later said investigators believe the Tesla might have been driven through back alleys on purpose, almost like whoever was behind the wheel didn't want to end up on traffic cameras. If that turns out to be true, then this whole situation looks way less like something random and way more like someone trying to cover their tracks. For anyone claiming this is all some huge misunderstanding, the house search was the moment things shifted. Once you see detectives walking out with evidence bags, there's no denying something serious is happening behind the scenes. After the news broke, the music industry wasted no time pulling back from him. At first, David kept touring like nothing was going on, but the brands were not sticking around for that. Crocs and Hollister dropped their campaigns with him almost instantly, and that alone told people everything they needed to know. When companies cut ties that fast, it usually means the situation is way too messy to hide. Even artists started distancing themselves. Certain collabs quietly disappeared from playlists, and Kali Uchis herself said she was already in the process of removing the song they had together. That's huge, because she has a strong fan base of her own and clearly didn't want her name anywhere near something this disturbing. Then the internet started noticing the signs had been there the whole time. People went back through old concert footage and realized he wasn't just giving moody energy, he was putting on full funeral-themed shows. Caskets on stage, the entire venue set up like the main attraction was death itself, and fans were stunned seeing it again with fresh eyes. Once the story hit mainstream media, the online detectives clocked in fast, and everybody knows how wild that gets. Folks started pulling old screenshots, Discord chats, Reddit posts, anything they could dig up. Some of it looked believable, and some of it probably wasn't, but all of it added even more heat to the situation. One of the biggest things people resurfaced came from his own Discord server. There were chats showing him talking to a girl named Celeste, who joined his server as early as 2021, was showing up in those screenshots. And while we can't confirm every single receipt 100%, the fact that multiple people saved and shared the same ones makes it hard to just shrug off. Then came this strange Reddit post. Someone claimed that a close friend's younger sister had run off with David, and they were terrified she was the girl found in his car. Back then, people assumed it was just some random troll trying to get attention, but once the girl was officially identified, that post didn't feel random at all anymore, and things only got more disturbing when photos and clips started circulating online that looked like him with a girl who resembled Celeste. Again, nobody can say which ones are real and which ones are edited, but the fact that so many people were connecting the same dots shows just how deep this story was spiraling. This is exactly why the situation got so messy, because on one hand, none of this leaked content has been confirmed by police, but on the other hand, when this much smoke builds up, it gets nearly impossible for people to believe there's no fire behind it. And then came the detail that made everybody's jaw drop even harder. For 3 years straight, David released new music on the exact date of Celeste's birthday. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. Fans went back and checked every timeline themselves, and the pattern lined up way too perfectly to ignore. And if that wasn't chilling enough, people started pulling up his old TikTok reposts, where he shared clips focused on death, darkness, and funeral-type imagery, which suddenly felt way more unsettling than before. When you put all that together, this case stops looking like just a car with a body in it. It starts looking like a whole pattern that may have been hiding in plain sight. Celeste's own brother, Matthew Rivas, spoke to NBCLA, saying their family is still in shock and grieving, but confirming they were aware Celeste. He also shared that on the night Celeste disappeared, she told her family she was going to see a movie with him, but she never came back. Hearing that straight from her own brother made everything feel way less like random internet theories and way more like harsh reality, because once the family starts connecting her to him, this isn't speculation anymore. It's personal. And even with everything we've unpacked, the truth stays the same. A young girl is gone, and her family deserves real answers. My heart goes out to them in the middle of this nightmare, because while the internet argues and digs through clues, they're the ones living through the pain every single day. Until investigators uncover exactly what happened, this story isn't just sitting over David's career. It's sitting heavy over everybody watching this unfold. Make sure you like, subscribe, share, and drop your thoughts in the comments. And I'll see you in the next one.
Investigation into singer David has intensified after the body of a teenager was discovered in a Tesla that has been linked to him.
This whole Celeste and David case just took a turn from messed up to completely disturbing. Investigators say they've got a timeline that supposedly ties David to some questionable behavior with Celeste, but just when everyone thought things were settled, his own brother, Caleb, came forward with a shocking twist. He's claiming that the official timeline might not even be accurate. So here's what the investigators put together. They mapped out a series of events between David and Celeste that look really suspicious. Like every detail just makes him look worse. It all starts around late 2021 or early 2022 when David allegedly met Celeste online while playing Fortnite. He was reportedly in his mid-teens and she was much younger, which immediately set off alarms. The investigators didn't ignore that one bit. Then, on March 28, 2022, David dropped a track called Decide. The lyrics included the line, "Save your tears, 7 years," which some listeners believed was hinting at something inappropriate, like he was counting down years until she got older. That's just unsettling. Fast forward to September 7th, 2022, Celeste's birthday, David releases another track called Romantic. Fans started connecting the dots, and investigators took it as way too personal to be a coincidence. By October, private chat screenshots started surfacing, and that's when everything began to spiral out of control. David was seen online asking, "Is Celeste in here?" And she actually replied. Things started getting messy after that. In 2023, a Twitch clip showed the two of them joking about questionable stuff before David suddenly told her to delete the stream. That moment alone had investigators watching him closely. By February 2024, things took a serious turn when Celeste's mom officially reported her missing for the first time. Around that same time, people on social media were already calling David out, saying he was way too close to someone underage. Then, new pictures of the two together started popping up. Every time Celeste went quiet online, another image would surface showing her near David. In spring 2024, she vanished again, but returned briefly before disappearing once more. By June, she was seen at one of his shows, and by August, people online started whispering, saying things like, "Drop the one with the missing girl Celeste." The internet was connecting dots faster than investigators could keep up. Then came September 2025, when authorities made a grim discovery linked to a car registered to David. That's when the whole thing exploded. Police raided his manager's place, the label instantly dropped him, and David began deleting posts, locking down his accounts, and hiding everything he could. By that point, investigators said the timeline looked airtight. Every clue pointed straight back to him. But here's the twist. The same timeline everyone believes might seal the case is now being challenged by his brother Caleb, who claims it's not the full story. Caleb's coming forward saying all those dates and so-called receipts don't actually prove guilt. They prove someone might have set his brother up. That claim completely flips the story on its head. Right after investigators revealed their timeline, new rumors exploded online suggesting Caleb could be secretly helping the cops. People online started whispering that Caleb didn't just step away from his brother. He might be working behind the scenes with investigators. Some Reddit threads even accused him of snitching, claiming his own music hinted he knew way more about Celeste's situation than he ever admitted. If that's true, Caleb wouldn't just be a brother dropping shocking info, he'd be a key witness helping law enforcement connect the dots. In the hip-hop world, that word snitch carries serious weight. Some fans are saying it's straight up betrayal, while others call it doing the right thing. But here's where it all started. Reports began spreading that Caleb was cooperating with authorities after hearing the disturbing allegations tied to David. At the same time, online sleuths began analyzing his lyrics, claiming certain lines matched real events involving David and Celeste. Then came a blurry photo supposedly showing Caleb backstage with Celeste at one of David's shows, and that image sent the internet into chaos. People started demanding answers. Did Caleb know more than he let on? Was he silent for too long? Or is he just trying to clear his name before things get worse? For now, nothing's confirmed. Law enforcement hasn't made any official statement, but their silence is only making the rumors grow louder. Some online reports started claiming Caleb's been working directly with investigators. And once that rumor hit the internet, it spread like crazy. Whether it's based on facts or just clickbait stories chasing attention, the damage is already done. Caleb's name is officially in the mix now. But here's the real question. If he is helping the authorities, what's his motive? Is he trying to protect himself before investigators start connecting the dots to everyone in David's circle? Remember, David's manager's place has already been searched, and his label dropped him without hesitation. Everyone around him seems to be backing away fast. So Caleb showing up as the informant brother could either mean he's saving his own future or trying to make sure David takes all the heat. Things are definitely getting darker by the minute. If Caleb truly is turning over information, then all those eerie songs, strange voicemails, and even tattoos might not just be coincidences anymore. They could actually serve as the evidence that pushes this case to the next level. But before labeling Caleb a traitor or a hero, we need to talk about all the wild rumors flooding the internet. From fake leads to viral misinformation, the story's been twisted in every direction since it started. The biggest false rumor came from a viral post on X that racked up millions of views, claiming Celeste was expecting and that remains were found near David's place, which was completely untrue. That post sent shockwaves through the fan base, turning speculation into chaos. But here's the real deal. That rumor's been fully debunked. No official reports, no forensic proof, and nothing from law enforcement ever confirmed it. Just online noise that spread like wildfire because people were desperate to make sense of a dark, confusing situation. Then came the whole drama involving Celeste's aunt. And wow, this one got messy fast. Screenshots started spreading online showing her posting shoutouts and celebrating her new talent badge, almost like she was using the tragedy for online attention. Some people called it straight up clout chasing, while others said maybe that's just her way of coping with everything. Either way, fans couldn't help but question the family situation, and the whole thing just made the story even harder to untangle. All this noise, false leads, family tension, viral posts, has made it nearly impossible to tell what's real and what's just internet chaos. On one side, investigators are quietly piecing together a serious case, and on the other, social media detectives are tossing out wild theories, half of which turn out to be totally false. It's a total circus out there. But here's the scary part. What if this chaos isn't random at all? When people flood the internet with lies, the truth gets buried. If someone did want to hide something or confuse the timeline, spreading rumors would be the easiest trick in the book. So the real question is, are these fake stories just desperate fans looking for answers, or is someone intentionally trying to twist the story and hide the truth? And here's where it gets chilling. While everyone's been distracted by online noise, the most haunting clues might have been sitting right in front of us this whole time, hidden inside David's own songs and messages. What people have found in his lyrics and texts feels less like random art and more like coded emotion. Once you start breaking down every line, voicemail, and emotional moment on stage, it all starts to sound way too personal. Let's rewind to David's past. His parents reportedly pulled him out of school and kept him homeschooled in a very strict, controlling environment. That kind of upbringing might have shaped how he expressed himself, and maybe even why his art took such a dark turn. David confirmed a lot of personal details during his dazed interview, and that's when people started digging deeper into his mindset. Some claim that even as a teenager, he had a fascination with dark and disturbing themes, things like violence and obsession, and that isolation only made it worse. Once he went viral and the money started flowing in, his parents reportedly loosened up, letting him live freely for the first time. But that new freedom mixed with his fixation on Celeste seemed to create a storm waiting to happen. To many fans, Celeste wasn't just a partner. She was at the center of David's entire emotional world. That's what made people speculate that something tragic might have happened between late October and January, around the same time he was finishing his final album. And when fans began breaking down the lyrics and interviews, that theory didn't sound so far-fetched anymore. In one interview, David said something haunting. "That's what I feel for my art. It's beautiful for a time, but temporary. My album was meant to sound like a goodbye, a step into whatever comes next." Later, in a conversation with Zach Sang, he doubled down on that message, calling his project a farewell to an old self.
This album is my life. Like, Withered is my life. Petals of Thorns and Lost Petals are what I wanted my life to be, and then Withered is my life.
Fans can't help but wonder now, was that a goodbye to his music career, or was there a deeper meaning behind it? He also spoke about the invisible string theory and the Korean concept of jong, a deep emotional bond that's hard to break even when things turn unhealthy. David once said, the person who taught him this told him, "Don't leave me," but in the end, she's the one who walked away. That irony hit fans hard, especially now that every quote and lyric feels layered with meaning. Now that the person he once wrote so much about is gone from his life, people can't help but wonder if all of it ties back to Celeste. Then comes the haunting flower symbolism. His project Withered transitions into talks of a deluxe edition called Japanese Lily. In Japanese culture, the red spider lily represents separation, mourning, and the line between life and death. It blooms exactly when summer fades into fall, a symbol of change and endings. Was this just a poetic metaphor for artistic growth or a subtle nod to something darker? Fans can't stop asking that question. The biggest shock for many listeners came when they noticed Celeste's voice appearing in some of his tracks. Like I Never Needed You and So Long, Goodbye. Her recorded messages sound emotional, sometimes even heartbroken as she apologizes and talks about missing him. In one clip, she says, "You're always the one calling my phone. You have to figure out what's going on with you." It paints a picture of a girl trying to step away and a boy who just couldn't handle the distance.
Why are you calling? Why are you calling me? Call me, say you're sorry, this. And then you want to go and change the narrative and say something completely different.
Then there's the SoundCloud track Satan's Pursuit, which dropped in late 2023, and it's seriously eerie. In it, he raps about losing control and feeling haunted by his own choices, saying, "It kills me slowly, day by day. I need to find somewhere to clean my thoughts, but I'm not happy at all. I still miss you the way it was before I threw my life away." Some fans interpreted that as a confession hidden in plain sight, while others said it was just emotional art. And it wasn't just the music. His live shows took a strange turn too. During an April 2025 BandLab performance, David broke down crying mid-song while performing Afterlife and couldn't finish it. Then again in June, he performed the same track and had another emotional breakdown on stage. It left fans shaken. Was it guilt, grief, or just the pressure finally breaking him down? Fans still can't agree. Were those emotional breakdowns pure grief, guilt, or both? Whatever it was, the sight left everyone completely stunned. When you piece everything together, the birthday song releases, the flower symbolism tied to loss, the invisible string theory, Celeste's voice appearing in his songs, and the onstage meltdowns, it paints a chilling picture that many say doesn't look like coincidence at all. To some, it feels like obsession frozen in music forever. That's where the darkest online theory takes hold, one suggesting that after Celeste's disappearance, David may have hidden what happened and tried to erase the evidence by leaving her in a car that he thought would be destroyed. Some even speculate he wanted people to find the truth through his art, as if he left breadcrumbs for the world to uncover. But beyond all the speculation, another question looms large. If David was truly spiraling, did the people closest to him notice the warning signs? Fans are now pointing fingers beyond just David. They're questioning whether his management, label, and team knew more than they admitted. If there were red flags, did they ignore them to protect their own careers? That's the theory flooding social media right now. And that's where the spotlight lands, on Josh Marshall, David's longtime manager. Authorities reportedly searched his home right after investigators confirmed Celeste's identity, which raised major suspicions. Why would they focus on the manager unless they believed there was more to the story? Fans online have claimed that Josh and the label might not have been as clueless as they seemed, that they were allegedly warned about Celeste's disappearance months earlier in 2024, but still kept things quiet. Whether those claims hold any truth or not, one thing's for sure. This story keeps getting darker, and every new piece of information makes the whole situation feel even more unsettling. If that's really true, then Josh can't act like he didn't know what was going on. Celeste wasn't just a random fan. She had already been reported missing, yet she was still showing up backstage at shows and hanging out around the crew. People in David's circle could easily tell she was way too young to be in that scene. The fact that she had to use fake IDs, couldn't even drive, and still appeared in event photos should have made someone step in. So why didn't anyone say something? The theory floating around online is that everyone turned a blind eye because the money was good and the fame was growing. Things get even sketchier after that. Once investigators searched David's rented apartment, reports claim Josh canceled the lease almost immediately. Fans saw that as a suspicious move, like he was trying to wipe the slate clean before the police could dig deeper. Then the label dropped David right after, almost as if they knew trouble was coming and wanted to protect themselves before the backlash hit. That's when Caleb's name popped up again. If he really is cooperating with investigators, it's possible they're not just focusing on David anymore. They could be looking at everyone tied to him, management, the label, even family. Some people think Caleb's sudden distance or cooperation might be his way of avoiding the fallout while Josh and the label fight to keep their names out of the headlines. At this point, it's clear. David's not the only one under scrutiny anymore. His entire circle is being questioned, and the deeper this case goes, the more it looks like this wasn't just one person losing control. It was a whole network built to protect him until the truth finally burst wide open. Make sure you like, share, and comment your thoughts. And don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. See you in the next one.
And the irony of it was that person that was saying, I love you, she's not in my life.
Yes, that David is now considered a suspect in the death of 15-year-old Celeste.
Took this mysterious trip to a very remote area of Santa Barbara.
Had planned to just get rid of the body in Santa Barbara and then panic and drive back to LA with her body.
David is probably stressing heavy right now because investigators just made it official. He's a suspect in Celeste Riva's case, and the whole situation just flipped on its head. For months, people were whispering that this moment was coming, and now police are straight up saying they believe he played some kind of role in what went down. And it gets even messier because authorities quietly confirmed there's another suspect in the shadows. Multiple sources are claiming the woman's body was frozen before being taken apart, which means somebody was trying to slow everything down and erase every trace they could. That alone has the streets staring hard at every detail. Then there's the timing. New leaks point straight back to spring, the same period people believe Celeste passed, and the picture being painted is something nobody wanted to face. Reports claim David allegedly drove out to a remote spot in Santa Barbara County late at night and stayed there for hours, and that timeline lines up way too clean with when she was first believed to be gone. At the same time, sources say he still hasn't cooperated for real, not even once. His team spent months pushing the whole he's helping the investigation angle to calm people down and protect his image, but behind the scenes, there's been zero real movement from him. Now, the moment everybody has been waiting on is finally here. If even half the footage and leaks turn out legit, things could get serious real fast. The second investigators confirmed David is officially a suspect, everything shifted because until now, police refused to say he was directly connected to anything. They used to keep everything soft and neutral. Person of interest, different angles, all that safe language. But now they're openly saying his name and locking in on him as the one they're watching hard. People close to the case say investigators believe he had a direct part in Celeste's death, and that someone else helped him move her body afterward. And that alone explains why certain people in his circle might be acting nervous right now. Investigators don't start looking at more than one person unless they're already seeing links forming behind closed doors, and those kinds of connections don't pop up for no reason.
PD sources say investigators now consider David a suspect.
That's why the spring timeline suddenly matters again. Reports claim Celeste likely passed during that period, and investigators have quietly been retracing every single move he made in those months, piece by piece. One detail that keeps getting repeated is the late-night drive he allegedly took to a remote area in Santa Barbara County. Far from home, totally off the radar, and falling right in the same window, people believe she disappeared for good. Everything landing in that same time frame is making people uneasy.
D has some tracking information where they claim that David took this mysterious trip to a very remote area of Santa Barbara County in the middle of the night in the spring of 2025. Now that is months before the body was discovered in Los Angeles.
But this is where things take an even darker twist, because investigators just leaked something nobody saw coming. There's a second suspect now. Someone who might have actually been inside David's Tesla at the same time Celeste's body was in the back. And police aren't just throwing guesses out here. Detectives pulled this person's phone and social media data, and everything hits the same Hollywood Hills location during the exact window Celeste is believed to have passed. And that alone has everybody frozen in shock. Then there's the part the internet can't even process. Sources say the medical examiner got her remains in a condition that showed something deeply planned, not random. Her body had clearly been kept in cold storage, which means whoever was involved wasn't moving sloppy. They knew how to delay everything and hide what really happened. Investigators reported that only part of her body was still together, while the rest had been separated in a way that suggested someone tried to make detection harder, and the cold temperature confirmed it was intentionally preserved. All of it was starting to thaw inside the trunk of David's Tesla when police finally opened it. And the wild part is that car had been sitting there for days. It was parked on a random Hollywood Hills street near his rental, untouched, like someone hoped nobody would look twice. The car getting towed by chance is the only reason investigators even found her. Her condition was so hard to assess at first that investigators couldn't immediately confirm basic details, and that threw the whole scene into chaos. Then there's the issue of cooperation. While his team kept pushing this polished storyline that he was helping investigators, officers shut that down instantly. They said he hasn't given them anything useful, making his whole PR push look more like deflection than facts.
The same source, the 20-year-old singer is reportedly not cooperating with this investigation, despite his PR team saying otherwise the entire—
And now things get even more suspicious because a Reddit post is blowing up and it's gaining traction fast. The viral post was straight up calling all of this out. Someone wrote that David has been astroturfing and trying to twist public perception in his favor from the jump, practically begging investigators to move on him immediately. And people aren't laughing it off. They're pointing to patterns that keep showing up again and again. According to commenters, every time someone online tried to talk about his connections, his influence, or the Hollywood circles he stays around, their posts got slammed with downvotes, wild replies, and accounts that looked like they were made just to defend him. The post even claimed his hired guns were sliding into threads to pump up his innocence and bury anything that made him look involved. And it wasn't just denial. It was the way some of these accounts kept trying to flip the whole conversation. One comment that blew up said, "Not just deniers, but take note of people who try to shift the convo towards Celeste's family when news drops." Now, nobody is saying her family can't be questioned like anyone else, but it looks extra suspicious when the second David's name comes up in a questionable light. Random accounts pop out of nowhere, dragging her family, nitpicking them, or blaming them for things that don't even track. Then there was another comment that had everybody looking sideways. Not the people who be saying Celeste wasn't backstage did it for me. That one hit a nerve because people remember when those photos leaked of a girl who looked exactly like Celeste backstage with Caleb, David's brother. The internet exploded. And then out of nowhere, TMZ reported that sources confirmed it wasn't her. But now that investigators are openly naming David as a suspect, people are starting to question that whole story again. Folks are asking if it was really a mix-up or if his team jumped in too fast to shut down anything that looked even slightly incriminating. When you look at the silence, the contradictions, and the heavy online cleanup, it doesn't feel like a group defending someone with nothing to hide. It feels like a crew trying to control the narrative before the real details spill out. The state Celeste was found in made one thing clear. Whatever happened, it wasn't something one person could have handled alone.
They're focusing in on certain individuals, and those individuals are concerned now that they know that the LAPD is focusing in.
The movement, the handling, the way she turned up, all of it points to more than one set of hands. And that's exactly why investigators keep circling back to multiple suspects. But even with all that, people online keep bringing up another layer, the situation around their relationship, which has always raised questions. Commenters say the whole thing felt off from day one because there was talk that Celeste wasn't fully living an independent adult life when she left home, and some folks online argued she didn't seem old enough to be on her own the way she was portrayed. Meanwhile, David was already an adult, and people are debating whether he should have been involved with someone whose personal situation seemed unstable and unclear. Yes, there were rumors that she had a rough home life and kept leaving, but that doesn't change the debate people are having now. Some online voices call it wrong, others call it exploitation, But either way, the public opinion around him is looking messy, and it adds a whole new layer to everything investigators are sorting through. Why this whole situation feels off is what everyone keeps talking about. And then there's the theory Reddit refuses to drop, the one that blew up like wildfire. One comment said, both she and David mentioned pregnancy in July 2024, and that her last known sighting was at a nightclub with him just days later. People online claimed that if the brothers' estimate about her passing between July and August 2025 were accurate, she would have been out of the public eye for a whole year, enough time for anything to happen behind the scenes. Some folks even pushed the idea that David might have forced her into hiding so nobody would notice anything changing about her body. But that's pure speculation from the internet. When the autopsy report got deferred, the one thing confirmed quickly was that Celeste wasn't pregnant, and authorities shut that rumor down fast. But even with that detail cleared, people are still questioning everything because nothing around this case feels straight. Now the conversation online is shifting to potential footage because investigators are expected to lean hard on digital evidence. David drove a Tesla, and Teslas record everything. Motion, doors opening, people walking by, even tiny movements inside the car. So now the assumption is that investigators will pull every internal camera log, match up timestamps, and finally trace when Celeste's body was placed where it was found, and who was anywhere near that car at the time. That's why the convo online keeps looping back to the same questions. What was he doing in that strange window before he suddenly left town? Why did his car keep bouncing around the neighborhood like someone was trying to keep it out of sight? And why did his whole world slam to a stop the second investigators started asking real questions? Everybody knows the last puzzle piece now is whatever that Tesla footage shows. And once it drops, people believe his entire life might collapse in a single night. If you're rocking with this breakdown, make sure you tap like, hit subscribe, drop a comment, share this with someone who follows the case, and I'll see you in the next one.
We have been told by a source that is connected to the case that it is not Celeste, and therefore it doesn't do what we hoped it would do, right?
I'm a little bit confused that if the body is decomposed and they can't see physically what it is that caused her, I'm not sure a toxicology report necessarily shows that.
I can't even pretend this whole situation isn't getting darker by the day. Every time there's a new update in the David case, things somehow get more confusing instead of clearer. The latest bombshell? The official report just dropped, and instead of real answers, it gave us nothing but question marks. The examiner's note listed the cause of death as pending, meaning even after weeks, no one knows if Celeste's passing is being ruled as natural, accidental, or something else entirely. And let's be honest, who wouldn't find that strange? The silence surrounding this case has the internet buzzing nonstop. Clips, screenshots, and so-called receipts are spreading everywhere. From the Tesla parking ticket timeline to awkward videos of David looking uncomfortable when someone resembling Celeste approaches him. It's messy, it's chaotic, and people online are piecing it together faster than the officials seem to be moving. It's wild how quick fans are at digging things up. They've already shared Discord threads, old stream clips, and even deleted posts, all while investigators are still waiting on lab results. Everyone wants answers now, but when you look at what officials are actually saying, it starts to explain why David hasn't been charged yet. So yeah, when the report for Celeste Riva Hernandez came out, it basically said absolutely nothing. The exact phrase, cause deferred. What does that even mean? So here's what that cause deferred line really means. The autopsy's done, but the examiner's waiting on toxicology and tissue results before calling anything official. That's usually the moment you know something about the case isn't simple. Captain Scott Williams from LAPD even said they couldn't confirm anything without those results. And that's the catch right there. Until investigators figure out whether she passed from trauma, poisoning, or any other unusual cause, they can't legally point fingers at anyone. which explains why David is still walking free for now. But seriously, every new document in this case just brings up more mystery instead of clarity. The only solid thing the report confirmed was that Celeste wasn't expecting and hadn't been in the past year, shutting down one of the biggest online rumors that had been spinning for weeks. Still, that doesn't make this story any easier to digest. The part that truly stings? She was under the legal age, and thinking about how her body was left in that car while the tour went on, that's just heartbreaking. It's impossible not to feel uneasy about that. Remember, her body was found inside David's Tesla. But here's the wild detail. That car had been parked for days before anyone even realized something was wrong. Reports say on August 27th, a parking officer noticed the Tesla sitting still in the Hollywood Hills and marked its tires. By September 3rd, it had already been ticketed for sitting past the 72-hour limit. And then, by September 5th, it finally got hauled off to the Hollywood impound lot. How did nobody catch it sooner? By the time Celeste was finally discovered on September 8th, that Tesla looked like it hadn't been touched in weeks. The whole thing was covered in thick layers of dust. Investigators even said it was clear the car had been sitting there since late August, untouched the entire time. Many now believe her body had been inside from the very start. Private investigator Steve Fisher backed that up with photos on X, zooming in on the filthy windshield to prove the Tesla hadn't been moved or opened for days. That detail alone made the timeline look a whole lot more suspicious. But here's where things really twist. The car was officially registered in David's name, yet reports claim multiple people could use it. So now the question everyone's asking is, did he personally leave it there? Or did someone else have access and use it for something terrible? The internet is demanding answers, but the truth is, this kind of case takes serious time. Even though finding Celeste in his Tesla sounds like an open and shut situation, it's not that simple. Prosecutors can't just jump to arrest someone without having enough solid evidence to hold up in court. They're gathering everything: DNA samples, fingerprint results, phone data, location tracking, Discord messages, social media logs, rideshare records, banking activity, and any witness statements that can place him with Celeste at key moments. All that stuff takes time to verify, and if they move too fast without airtight proof, a skilled lawyer could tear the case apart and then he'd walk away for good. That's why LAPD's keeping things quiet and methodical, stacking up the evidence behind the scenes so that when they finally act, there's no way out. But now there's talk of a second possible crime angle, and that's where things start getting even darker. It's one thing for people online to say he manipulated her, but in court, words aren't enough. Every screenshot has to be verified, every video clip needs to be proven real and untouched, and all of it must link directly back to him. If anyone else helped, like moving cars, cleaning areas, or deleting files, investigators have to pull those people in too. So when things go quiet, it doesn't mean nothing's happening. Quiet just means they're stacking evidence behind the scenes, making sure that when this case finally explodes, there's no escaping it. And now comes the part that's seriously giving people chills. New photos are popping up online, and they're making this whole situation even more disturbing. One image in particular shows David wearing a wig that looks strikingly similar to one Celeste used to wear. And when you put those pictures side by side, it's downright eerie. It's almost like he was trying to copy her look or channel her image in some weird way. But that's not what really sent fans spiraling. The clip that went viral came from a meet and greet. He's chatting with fans, all smiles, everything seems normal, until a girl who looks eerily similar to Celeste steps up. The instant he sees her, his entire body language changes. His face tightens. His vibe shifts completely. You can literally feel the tension through the screen. Fans rushed to the comments saying things like, his face really said, wait, and bro froze up for real. And it doesn't stop there. Brand new concert photos just took this theory to a whole new level. Footage from his Silver Spring, Maryland show on August 23rd or 24th is now surfacing. And let's just say, what people noticed next has everyone questioning what was really going on. In those concert photos, there's a girl standing up in the balcony who looks almost identical to Celeste. Same hair, same build, even the same black tube top that authorities later confirmed she had on when she was found in David's Tesla. If that was her, then this concert might have been the very last time anyone saw her alive. And that thought alone is chilling. The show took place around 12 days before the Tesla was towed on September 5th, and just 3 days before Celeste's body was officially found on September 8th. But here's where it gets messy. A source close to the case reportedly told TMZ that the girl in the footage isn't Celeste at all. So, officially, that sighting hasn't been confirmed. Still, that hasn't stopped fans from replaying and zooming in on every single frame, desperate to figure out whether she really was there that night. Because if she was, then the whole timeline changes again, and the window for what really went down gets a lot tighter. That's exactly why the internet's losing it right now. When the timeline gets blurry, so does the story. And that's when new theories start flying everywhere. Some people are convinced David didn't act alone. One of the most discussed theories suggests that someone else might have been involved. That maybe Celeste's body was left in his car to either set him up or cover for something deeper. To make things even more suspicious, one of Celeste's former teachers claimed in a video that after her second disappearance, students at school were whispering about possible blackmail. If there's even a hint of truth in that, it could mean there were more players in this situation than anyone first thought. And not just David.
What? Hold up. That's her in my classroom in front of this poster right here. Okay, hold up. I got another one because I got a picture on TMZ of this other kid exchanging stuff with the rapper who we allegedly did this stuff. Hold on a second, because he's also in my classroom.
Here's the detail that truly sent chills through everyone. Celeste's mom revealed that when her daughter first disappeared back in 2024, she got a mysterious phone call. The person on the line told her not to look for Celeste, that she was fine. After that, total silence. No follow-up, no trace of who made the call. Tell me that doesn't sound suspicious. That one call is exactly why so many people believe this situation runs way deeper than a simple runaway story. Because if someone was confident enough to reach out and tell the family to stop searching, that screams planning. Maybe even a group effort to keep things quiet. And honestly, the silence from investigators isn't necessarily them doing nothing. It could mean they're already onto something bigger. Think about it. That Tesla didn't just move around Hollywood on its own. If David was really outperforming during that time, then someone else must have had access to the car, which could mean there are more people tied to this than anyone ever expected. Then there's another disturbing detail. In April 2024, Celeste's brother said she left home to see a movie with her boyfriend, whose name he gave as David. I don't even have to spell out how suspicious that sounds. Fast forward a few months later, and David himself starts reposting TikToks about chopping meat, paired with these unsettling, jealous-style captions. And here's where it gets even harder to ignore. He was posting those clips while people were already questioning his connection to a missing girl. That's no coincidence. It's eerie. Things are shifting every day, new updates dropping nonstop, and if this case really connects to other people behind the scenes, then this silence we're seeing right now might be the calm before the storm. Don't forget to like, share, comment your thoughts, and subscribe. See you in the next one.
Hey guys. I know I haven't posted on this account in a little minute, despite all the craziness that's going on, all the turmoil, the natural disasters, the pain, and things like that this year. I just wanted to tell you guys.
I definitely know who moved that Tesla on that late July before they went into.
The LAPD reportedly came across a video showing David giving a subtle reaction around the time Celeste's disappearance was confirmed, and the iCloud data seemed to line up perfectly with the timeline. According to reports, everything took place at David's private rental property. Now, this doesn't confirm any guilt, but an investigator connected to the case shared that David had a a close friend named Neo, who was rumored to be staying at another one of David's rental homes. The investigator made it clear that no official blame has been assigned, but social media clues and evidence being reviewed by Steve, the private investigator, have sparked some serious online speculation. It's also being suggested that Neo might have been the last person seen driving the Tesla connected to Celeste. Since then, Neo has completely scrubbed his social media, removing photos and unfollowing David, which fans quickly noticed. Many think this aligns with the investigators' hints that Neo may have been living in one of David's properties at the time.
You know who that person is, and do you believe that is the person that moved the Tesla?
So I definitely know who moved that Tesla on that late July before they went on tour. I can't say who the person, and I don't mean I can't say for, but I don't know who exactly was in that house because it's just a report, but there's video, but you can't make a person out. But somebody was in the house, and being that there's only one key, it's like, okay, who had access at that time? So is it the same person that moved the Tesla? Was another last part of the plan about to go in motion as far as getting rid of her? I don't know.
Even more interesting, the investigator claimed that David has since left his private rental home after it was publicly connected to the case. With these two new pieces of information spreading online, Neo began acting suspiciously on social media, deleting posts and distancing himself from David. People online began wondering if Celeste might have discovered or seen something major connected to David, especially considering his public life as an artist.
Have any indication about where David is right now?
I don't. I have no idea. And it's kind of bizarre because his group has stayed so silent. What's left of his group, I guess. And I'm not even sure the conversations that the owner did have with his management in breaking that lease. I'm not even 100% sure his management knows at this time where he's at. I think his attorney might be the only one, and his parents.
That's when online rumors started spreading fast, with fans speculating about the closeness between David and his longtime friend Neo. They were often seen joking around on Instagram, posing together in funny recreations of movie scenes and hanging out like best friends. But the internet ran wild with its own stories. Meanwhile, the private investigator continued sharing updates on what he believed could have happened to Celeste. One of the biggest clues he mentioned came from trying to confirm when David last visited his second property. Reports say Celeste had been staying at that second home for privacy reasons. Barely anyone even knew David was renting it.
You don't know more information about when she, right?
No, okay. I don't have any information of how she, when exactly she. Listen, investigations are always moving, and right now I tend to believe it happened a while ago, a long time ago. And I think January, February, things change. I mean, you can see it in the photos and everything. And I also think when I first started looking at this case, I'm very much an Occam's razor type of person where I think things are a lot easier than people try to make them sometimes, especially online, into these big things. And I thought this was going to be a tragic, which it very well still could be. And they made a bad decision because they didn't want to expose a potential relationship and put her in this Tesla. And then maybe he thought he could get somebody to get rid of that car. And they were just like, no, I'm not doing it. And just got left there. But I will say this, there are some things that, and I'm talking physical evidence that was at that house that there could have been greater plans as far as getting rid of her.
Add to that, there was a video David had recorded at his other house back in February 2025, the same month investigators believe Celeste went missing. Around that time, David switched from using a black Tesla to a red one, something the investigator found especially curious. In that same video, there was even a picture frame behind David that caught the investigators' attention. When they checked the timestamp, it matched the exact period when investigators believe Celeste disappeared, leaving everyone unsettled and full of questions about what might have really been going on.
Hey guys, I know I haven't posted on this account in a little minute, but I just had some words to share with you for 2025. Despite all the craziness that's going on, all the turmoil, the natural disasters, the pain and things like that, this year I just wanted to tell you guys not to be discouraged and not to lose hope and not to turn your face from God in these times of evil. And then it seems like just at the start of the year, it's literally January and all this stuff is happening. It's like the most insane, it's February now, But it's the most insane start to a year that I've ever seen. But God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and love and a sound mind. So keep that sound mind, 2025. Stay prayed up.
Celeste had reportedly been staying in David's private rental home, the same place where he recorded that now viral video. Around the same time, investigators began suspecting that Celeste had already gone missing. Many now believe that video might have been his first emotional reaction to what had happened, though it definitely wasn't the last sign of strange behavior to surface. As more details came out, new reports claimed that David had quietly brought in a new legal team and even started moving assets out of his name. A move some believe was to get ahead of possible legal trouble. Online chatter exploded when these financial changes were spotted, with people saying things like, "There's just too many coincidences." The timing looked off, especially when it came out that on September 18th, David transferred ownership of his Texas home to his mother, the same day Celeste was officially identified in the Tesla. Just one day before that, LAPD reportedly executed a search warrant at David's Hollywood Hills rental. Then, oddly enough, a false emergency call was made to his family's house around the same time. When officers arrived, they spoke with David's parents, who said his younger siblings were upstairs.
No, out of all times for this to happen, as discovered in his car, after she's been identified, for there to be a potential swatting incident where somebody calls 911 with a fake allegation, a fake crime for their property, out of all people, out of all times, it's weird.
Well, it's weird, but it doesn't necessarily surprise me, because this case has taken on national significance in terms of people paying attention to it. And there are bad actors that understand how to bring somebody by way of swatting. So somebody called the 911 system down there. They found the address online and were basically made up a story for the cops to go there. And then they went in, and fortunately the police were very professional, and they were able to immediately understand that it was a swatting incident and it wasn't a legitimate call.
But people online started speculating that it might have been a quiet attempt by authorities to see if David was hiding there. Now, insiders are whispering that there could be more than one person under investigation, and that one of them might even be related to David. That could explain why investigators visited his family home in the first place. Adding another twist, surveillance footage from one of David's past concerts showed Celeste in the VIP section, with David's brother also nearby. The recording from his Silver Spring show last August 24th has people wondering if his brother knew more than anyone realized. Just a few weeks earlier, another video surfaced that added even more confusion to the timeline. If the footage is real, it suggests Celeste was still seen on June 27th, 2024, backstage at one of David's concerts and standing next to his brother. Fans immediately zoomed in on one detail that caught everyone's attention: the Hello Kitty sandals she was wearing. According to her missing person report, Celeste's family mentioned those exact sandals as part of what she had on the last time they saw her. The matching detail had social media detectives convinced they were onto something. And that's when the focus started shifting toward David's brother. Digging deeper, people uncovered that back in 2022, another artist who had collaborated with David and was close to his brother had come forward online. He had once tried to share information about their behavior, but nobody paid him much attention at the time. Now, with Celeste's case trending everywhere, that same man resurfaced to share his side of the story again, posting a video explaining his connection to both brothers and what he believed might have gone down behind the scenes. He claimed that every time he tried to speak out before, he'd get ignored or shut down by people who didn't want to get involved.
I just want to clear up that the stuff from 2023 was not about the Celeste girl that was obviously recently in the news. It's nothing to do with her. I didn't know about her. I didn't know she was... I maybe heard her name once or twice. I had nothing to do with her. The stuff I have from 2023 was nothing to do with Celeste. These were other girls that had claimed David had messaged them or had, relationships with them. And I want people to know that in 2023, I did try and bring the situation to light. And a lot of people remember, I was having a lot of It got so bad that David's legal team had got in contact with me to remove everything. I've attached an email here that I received from his team in 2023. And basically they removed my song with David from, streaming services because apparently I was spreading misinformation. The thing is, after that, I got in touch with David and I was like, yo, are the claims true and all of this? And he was like, he literally said, I've got it here. He said, no, it's just some people trying to get clout. There's no evidence and stuff. After that, everything was shut down. Everything, no one else came out after that.
One of the things he pointed to was a Twitch live stream David did with Celeste back on January 11th, 2024, when their relationship became public. At the end of that stream, David was reportedly heard telling his moderators to delete all saved clips and replays once the stream ended.
Yo, wait.
Oh, look it. Answer that one. That's so mean if you don't answer
Which one? What's good, David? Big fan, big spot me. Oh, thank you. Mitchell.
I gotta stop with him if you even.
We
need to delete this.
Maz, can we delete all VODs? And then as soon as the stream ends, delete the stream too?
Something that seemed ordinary at the time, but now has fans rewatching everything with new eyes. Another twist came when David was spotted during a Twitch stream, playing a game with someone who looked exactly like Celeste.
Yeah, that's order.
Oh, you look good.
Don't be shy. Don't be shy.
W's in the chat, man.
Viewers couldn't help but notice the similarities. Same hairstyle, same tone, and even what appeared to be the same Gap sweater Celeste was seen wearing in one of her photos. But not everyone was convinced. Some fans insisted it was just someone who looked like her, which only made the situation more mysterious and fueled more online digging into David's past behavior. That's when people started uncovering clips from a couple of old interviews that made everyone uneasy. In one of them, David talked about having an alter ego, a fictional side of himself who lived in an anime-style fantasy world. He described this character as one who created chaos and another who tried to fix it, calling it part of his creative process. But the example he used to describe this character's storyline struck people as unsettling. Fans couldn't help but say, out of all the things he could have said, why that one? Then came another interview that really set the internet on fire. David revealed that in 3 to 4 years, he wanted to disappear from the spotlight completely and live on a private island, away from social media and fame. Fans quickly did the math and realized that timelines strangely overlapped with when Celeste would have been stepping into adulthood. The question he was asked was, where do you see yourself in 5 years? Yet his answer came out oddly specific, saying 3 to 4. When that clip resurfaced online, it spread like wildfire. Viewers said it sounded like David was dropping hidden messages, and right after it went viral, he made another subtle post, almost like he wanted something else to blow up next. So, if you're wondering where David's been lately, people online claim he's been quietly showing up on Fortnite. Yep, you heard that right. There's even a site called Fortnite Tracker that lets fans follow players and see when their favorite streamers or celebs hop online. It tracks when they play, how many games they've done, and even how they perform. According to online chatter, David seemed fully aware of how visible his account was. He reportedly reactivated it only a few hours after his name started trending again. But here's where it gets interesting. Right after those old interviews started blowing up across social media, he suddenly logged into the game as if he wanted to shift the focus somewhere else. Once attention started turning back toward him, his Fortnite tracker page suddenly went private, and fans noticed instantly. This caught the attention of DJ Academics, who started digging deeper into David's recent moves, especially through his music drops and live stream activity. Then another clip surfaced online, this time showing David cleaning a pair of Jordans that looked exactly like the ones Celeste was seen wearing in her Instagram profile picture. The internet went wild over it, and that clip spread fast. People online began speculating that investigators might be looking more seriously into David again, especially since those same shoes and timestamps matched moments already being reviewed. And many believe the biggest key lies in the Tesla's 360-degree camera system, since those vehicles record movement from every angle, meaning whatever happened could already be captured on video, waiting to be reviewed. This story keeps unfolding in the wildest ways, and everyone's just waiting to see what happens next. Drop your thoughts down below. Who do you think really knows what went down? Don't forget to like, subscribe, share, and comment. And I'll catch you in the next one.
David Tesla was repoed on September 8th. He started his tour August 5th, 9th. They said the car was sitting for over 30 days before it got repoed. He reported it missing in between that, but it's been sitting before he started his tour. He called to report a Tesla missing. Now chat, anybody in chat, go to Google and say, can I call Tesla? If my Tesla is missing, can I call Tesla to track it? Watch what it shows you. To call Tesla, a Tesla of all cars you reported missing. When you can call Tesla and get it tracked, that don't make sense. They said the car was sitting for over 30 days. So from when the car was impounded on the 8th, we can add 31 days plus add some change. That's days, if not a week or more, before he started his tour, bro. Dating a 13-year-old, bro. Probably got a that's why he did that.
So am I trying to escape or am I trying to sever other people's threads?
She did, it was something that I decided to do, and I killed her in the back.
The brother was the only one who was concerned about this whole entire dynamic because he tried to go to the police and give them all the evidence that he...
The whole situation around David just flipped again, and this time it wasn't random fans talking, it was the actual crew who worked on his music videos stepping up and spilling what they saw. These are the same people who heard him talk about his alter ego, Tommy, and the moment he joked about having thoughts of harming Celeste in the back of his mind. Once they shared their side, people rushed back to all his old content with brand new eyes. And suddenly the behind-the-scenes clips, the unreleased track, the live show moments, everything started looking way more serious than before. Then those police leaks dropped, saying investigators think he didn't act alone and that he hasn't been helpful at all, even though his team keeps insisting he's innocent. None of it lines up, and her family openly said they knew she was connected to him. Plus, she was still popping out at family events like her cousin's graduation before everything went down. So now folks are wondering how anyone missed the signs. People are asking the same question they've been asking since day one. Is this finally building up to an arrest? The second that crew post hit the internet, people jumped straight back into the behind-the-scenes footage from the One More dance shoot, filmed months before Celeste disappeared. At first, it all looked like normal fun, but once the crew pointed out that comment he made about Tommy and having Celeste in the back of his mind, everybody started watching it with a whole different vibe.
In the back of my mind, I killed you, and I didn't even regret it. I can't believe I said it, but it's true.
And the wildest part? The pressure isn't coming from online detectives this time. It's coming straight from the production team who stood beside him on set. And that makes everything feel way heavier. Now, it's the crew themselves saying the footage hits different, and they're the ones pointing out specific moments and wondering if they overlooked something the first time around. That's exactly why investigators and viewers are suddenly breaking everything down frame by frame. When the people behind the camera start asking questions, it changes how everybody else studies the material.
The story of the manga went like I was a detective, and there was an evil version of myself that would kind of come out at random moments, kind of like Fight Club with Tyler Durden. And he would commit the crimes that I would have to solve as the detective.
Trying to escape or am I trying to sever other people's threads from Itami? Bro, I don't care about nobody else's threads, bro. I'm trying to get out, bro. Without me getting out of purgatory, without me escaping the red thread limbo, bro, I can't get back to what my purpose is.
And honestly, once you take a real look at what's in that footage, it makes perfect sense why folks are reacting the way they are. David is blindfolded, rocking a shirt splattered with red, and pulling something that looks way too close to a body bag while standing in the middle of the woods. Back then, people brushed it off as creative visuals. But with everything going on in Celeste's case, the vibe is completely different now. Even the crew said the project feels off when you view it through the lens of the investigation, and hearing that from people who filmed him up close definitely hits harder. What makes this whole thing even more intense is that this isn't the first time people felt something strange in his work. Way before Celeste's situation blew up, there was that unreleased song that went viral, the same one academics ended up talking about. At first, everybody thought that clip was fake or edited, just another internet rumor floating around. But once academics confirmed it was real, the whole vibe changed instantly.
That might be, right? Like, it's kind of almost like, bruv.
The footage showed David performing the song live back in 2023, long before any of this drama even existed, and the lyrics were seriously unsettling. People were calling the song eerie, and others said it sounded way too close to someone spilling their truth. The lines that keep getting reposted were, "I got time to kill, you got time, feel we got blood to spill all over the new car seats that I'm sleeping on." Even fans who used to defend him had no idea how to react to that. It wasn't coded, it wasn't symbolic. It sounded so direct that people started asking, wait, what was he even talking about here? Then things escalated even more once details from the police side started leaking out. A source told people that investigators believe David most likely had help handling the situation and disposing of evidence, and they also said he hasn't been cooperative at all. That pushed the conversation online into a whole new level of intensity. But here's where it got confusing. His team told NBC Los Angeles the exact opposite, claiming he was fully cooperating with authorities. That left everyone wondering why the two sides were giving completely different stories. Was somebody covering something up? Was someone trying to redirect the narrative? Or was the investigation starting to hit pieces of the story that didn't match up?
Her family knew that she was dealing with David. They knew how old he was. He would drop her off in that same Tesla that she was found in at her home after days.
And speaking of missing pieces, there's been non-stop speculation that people close to both David and Celeste already knew about their connection, and the conversation gets uncomfortable fast because of the age gap between them. Something folks have been dissecting for months now. Her brother, Matthew Riva, told NBC LA that the family did know she was connected to David, and then TMZ reported that her mother said Celeste was seeing someone named David at the time she went missing. That alone had people asking why no adults stepped in earlier, or why everything was kept so vague when the timeline never made sense in the first place. And then there's the part everyone keeps circling back to, the adults in David's circle. A lot of folks are saying his manager had to know way more than he's admitting, especially since he's the one who leased that Hollywood Hills mansion David was living in. That same house is where police hit with a search warrant. So naturally, people are wondering how much the manager handled day to day and what he really knew about who was coming and going. On top of all that, people noticed Celeste had been out in public shortly before everything happened. She even showed up at her cousin Marta's graduation. Her family knew she was alive, known, connected, social, out here moving around, and somehow all these adults and all these moving parts never lined up in a way that kept her safe. The part that's really shaking people now is how the story around David keeps getting messier every time someone new speaks up. After the crew came forward and the family confirmed the connection, folks started digging deeper into the people who were closest to David, the ones who were around him every day, the ones who saw things the rest of the world didn't. And suddenly, people online started saying the same thing. There's no way all these adults were in the dark. What really stirred things up was when clips resurfaced from old interviews and live streams where David would slip comments about his dark side, calling it Tommy and acting like it was some separate version of himself. Back then, people thought he was just being artistic or edgy, but now viewers are replaying those moments with real concern, wondering if they missed red flags right in front of them. Then, police leaks hinted that investigators think he didn't handle everything alone, that someone nearby might have helped after things spiraled. That sent the internet into a frenzy because now everyone is side-eyeing every person who worked with him, lived with him, or managed him. People started naming assistants, producers, friends, anyone who had access to that house, asking if they saw something and stayed quiet. And it's getting even heavier because people are now questioning how many warnings were overlooked, how many strange moments were brushed off, and how long this energy had been building before Celeste ever went missing. Every new detail is making the whole situation feel way more tangled than anyone thought. The moment the talk about possible help started spreading, the internet moved straight to one question: who else was involved? And that's when people began bringing up the folks who were always around David during those last months, especially the ones who handled his schedule, drove him places, managed his shoots, and basically controlled his whole day-to-day life. Suddenly, every blurry figure in old clips was getting replayed and slowed down like some kind of true crime breakdown. One name that kept popping up was his assistant, because people remember seeing him in the background during the One More Dance shoot, holding props, checking the monitor, and talking with David between takes. Nobody is accusing him outright, but viewers are wondering how someone that close could miss so many strange behaviors, especially when David was already dropping comments about Tommy and acting out darker scenes on camera. Folks are saying it feels too close, too convenient, too connected to ignore. Then there's the neighbor story that resurfaced, the one where someone claimed they heard loud dragging noises near the time Celeste went missing. Back then, people laughed it off, but now it's getting reposted everywhere because the timing matches too well. The neighbor said, "I just knew something wasn't right," and people can't stop quoting it because it hits different now with everything we know. Instead of giving answers, every new detail just brings in more questions, and now people feel like it's only a matter of time before someone in David's circle finally steps up and tells investigators what they really know. The pressure is getting intense, and everybody can feel it building. That's what everyone is watching for now. Because let's be real, the internet has been expecting an arrest ever since David's name was first connected to Celeste Rivas. Every leak, every clip, every tiny update just keeps pushing that conversation louder and louder across social feeds. Right now, the whole vibe online is that something major is coming, and a lot of people believe that the arrest everyone has been whispering about for months might be closer than anyone thought. People are tuned in heavy because this next move could finally reveal where this entire case is heading next. Make sure you like, subscribe, share, and comment your thoughts below, and I'll see you in the next one, because this whole David situation is definitely not slowing down.
We finally know who did it. We finally know what happened in this case. We finally know who was the last person to drive the car that Celeste Rivas Hernandez.
I'm not alleging anything. He did it. Throw him under the jail tonight. David is a and why are you with a baby? Why are you dating a...
People online are now buzzing with shocking claims about David's past. An ex-girlfriend just came forward with serious accusations, and what's wild is that her timeline actually matches up with other details already out there. She says David had a history of being manipulative and crossing boundaries, especially with much younger people. And now that more information is surfacing, it's painting a very unsettling picture. The big question everyone's asking is, has David been hiding who he really is all this time? Or is this ex simply trying to ride the viral wave for attention?
Did it. I don't give a fuck. I'm not alleging anything. He did it. Throw him under the jail tonight. David is a and a why are you with a baby? Why are you dating a baby? How are you writing love songs about a child?
Lately, things have been heating up fast for David. The more people dig, the harder it's getting for his team to maintain the story that the whole Celeste situation was just an accident. But what really grabbed everyone's attention was when this ex started sharing screenshots and messages that seemed to back up her story. She claimed David used to brag about having disturbing material and talking in ways that made people deeply uncomfortable. The second she dropped that info, the internet completely exploded. TikTok comment sections went wild. People were shocked, confused, and angry all at once. Viewers couldn't believe what they were hearing, and many began questioning why this part of the story had been ignored for so long. Fans inside those old chat groups started catching heat too, with people asking, why didn't anyone speak up earlier? Why wait until now?
David, aka D4VD, was allegedly bragging about the hundreds of hours of child porn that he has in his possession.
But the situation only got messier from there. Once that ex spoke up, more people began coming forward with things they'd seen or heard, and it was like the floodgates opened. Still, the question remained. If so many people supposedly knew bits of this story before, why did everyone stay silent until now? Then things took an even stranger turn. Around the same time the ex went public, David started making some questionable moves that fans found suspicious. Sure, hiring a lawyer makes sense, but transferring his properties into his mother's name? That raised a lot of eyebrows. People online started saying it looked like he was trying to protect his assets, maybe because he knew trouble was coming his way. To top it off, fans began digging into his lyrics and found some eerie lines that seemed to hit way too close to what's happening now. In his breakout song, Romantic Homicide, he sings about heartbreak, regret, and cold emotions. And suddenly, everyone's wondering if those lyrics were a hint at something much deeper. People couldn't help but notice that the girl featured in one of David's videos looked eerily similar to Celeste. Maybe it was a coincidence, but when you piece everything together, it starts feeling a little too deliberate, almost like he was revealing more than he realized. Fans began digging through his old TikToks, and that's when someone spotted a chilling comment under one of his posts that said, "Waiting for LAPD to get your behind for messing with a 13-year-old girl." That comment was left under a music clip for his song Leave Her, which, like many of his other tracks, took on a new meaning after recent events. The wild part? That video and comment were from last year, long after Celeste disappeared, but before anyone knew where she was found. People online started wondering if some fans already suspected something serious back then. But things didn't stop there. David's ex went even further in her claims. She said he used to lie about Celeste's age, telling people she was older and even getting others from his chat group to back up that story. She also claimed he somehow helped her get into shows she shouldn't have been allowed into by using fake info. Screenshots allegedly showed a conversation where Celeste told him her parents wouldn't let her go, and he replied that he would take care of it. Once those claims started spreading online, social media went into overdrive. It didn't take long for people to connect the dots and suggest that what happened with Celeste might not have been an isolated situation. The ex alleged that David had someone helping him create fake IDs for some of his younger fans, a serious accusation that sent shockwaves across the internet. According to her, nothing about David's image was accidental. Every detail, from his soft, playful aesthetic to his online behavior, was carefully designed to draw in younger audiences. The cute outfits, the Hello Kitty themes, the dance clips, it all seemed harmless on the surface, but now people are starting to see it in a completely different light. Even his TikTok profile raised eyebrows. It featured a Hello Kitty in a bloody shirt, the same type of shirt he wore during live shows and even sold on his site. Fans couldn't ignore the eerie detail that Celeste also happened to love Hello Kitty, something that made the whole connection even more unsettling. And then there were his performances. Dark stage props, fake blood, and emotional breakdowns where he'd talk about heartbreak in extreme ways. At first, everyone thought it was just part of his edgy style, but now it feels like those performances might have hinted at something much deeper and disturbing. To be clear, none of this has been officially proven, and David hasn't been charged with any crimes. But the way everything lines up has left fans deeply uneasy. Just when it seemed like things couldn't get any messier, another major red flag surfaced. A leaked image began circulating online, supposedly showing David offering money to keep certain details about his private life under wraps. Screenshots from his Discord chats also appeared, where people claimed he openly admitted to having dated Celeste, sparking even more outrage across social media. What shocked everyone just as much was how quickly the industry turned its back on him. Not long ago, David was seen as a rising star, collaborating with big-name streamers, working alongside major artists, and landing brand deals left and right. But once the controversy blew up, many of those same people started distancing themselves fast. Some streamers publicly said they weren't as close to him as fans believed, while artists began scrubbing their joint projects from online platforms. Then came the corporate fallout. Big brands that once promoted him, like Crocs and Hollister, released statements confirming they were removing all campaign material featuring David while the situation is being reviewed. In Hollywood terms, that basically means they're done with him for good and don't want to risk being dragged into the scandal. But perhaps the hardest hit came from his own fans. Before the Celeste case made headlines, David's supporters were fiercely loyal. defending him in every comment section and pushing his music to the top of the charts. Ever since the story went viral, fans have completely turned on David. Some are saying they regret ever supporting his music, while others are demanding real accountability for what happened. The same people who once hyped him up are now calling him out publicly, and the backlash just keeps growing louder by the day. What's even more shocking is David's silence through it all. He hasn't posted a single message addressing Celeste's family or even acknowledging the tragedy in any way. Instead, he's locked down his social media, turned off all comments, and vanished from public view. For many, that kind of silence doesn't look like grief. It looks like hiding. But just when everyone thought the story had hit its peak, things took another wild twist. Up until now, people believe David had no idea how Celeste ended up in his car because he was supposedly out of town performing when everything went down. But now, new information might change that completely. A private investigator who's been quietly digging into the case reportedly found surveillance footage showing the last time David's car was driven before it was discovered. And here's the shocking part. The window was rolled down, meaning the driver's face was visible. This new lead could flip the entire case on its head. Not long after that shocking footage surfaced, rumors began swirling that the video might actually show David himself behind the wheel. The clip hasn't been released to the public yet, but insiders claim investigators are analyzing it frame by frame, and if it truly confirms what people suspect, it could change everything.
What did you see in terms of the identity of the person driving through that open window?
So it's very clearly that Tesla one, because the Tesla has that tape on the rear spoiler for whatever reason. I don't know why it's there. And also, it was just like it is in that picture. It was that dirty, except you could tell that they had run the windshield wiper like once to clear the dirt away so they could see. And it comes very close to the camera, although there is some motion blur, but you can see the person and you can see what they're wearing, something pretty distinctive. And there's photos that I have from 12 hours earlier, a person at the house wearing the same thing.
And I know that the viewers right now are screaming at the TV set saying, Ashley, ask him who it was.
I mean, I honestly wish I could tell you. I don't want to, I don't want to interfere with LAPD on that. And I think that's coming because we know a crime was committed 100%.
The internet is already in chaos, with fans and critics fighting over whether the evidence is real or just another internet hoax meant to stir drama. Meanwhile, more mysterious details are starting to come out. Sources say the car was found only a few miles from one of David's old hangout spots, a place he used to mention in his live streams. That discovery has fans wondering if the location was random or if it meant something more. Social media detectives are digging deep, comparing timestamps, Jeep's data, and even clips from his tour videos to see if the timelines overlap. And just when it seems like the pressure couldn't get any heavier, reports claim David's legal team has gone completely silent too. No statements, no interviews, nothing. People are starting to think that silence means they're scrambling behind the scenes, trying to figure out their next move. The tension is sky high and everyone's waiting for the police to make their next announcement. If what's on that footage matches the rumors, David's entire story might be about to collapse right in front of the world's eyes. According to the investigator, the person caught on camera wasn't David. But here's the chilling part. They were wearing the exact same outfit later seen on someone from David's own tour bus just days after the footage was taken. That revelation set off a firestorm online, with people saying if the driver was close enough to travel with him, then maybe David knew a lot more than he's letting on. Police still haven't confirmed or denied who was behind the wheel, but the suspicion is only growing stronger by the day. And now, David's gone completely silent. No live streams, no apology, no explanation. Just nothing. The same heavy silence that Celeste's family has lived with since the day they got the heartbreaking news. If that footage really shows someone from his inner circle, then this might not just be about one person's mistake. It could point to a full-blown cover-up. A secret that got too big to stay hidden any longer. Now David's watching everything crumble. His fame, his following, his entire image. And for the first time, it finally looks like he realizes it's all falling apart. Because when the truth starts breaking through the cracks, there's no stopping it. Make sure to like, subscribe, share, and drop your thoughts in the comments, and I'll see you in the next one.
We have people admitting to literal murder in our confession.
Do you report this?
David is being identified as the main suspect in Celeste's murder, but authorities have been clear that they do not believe he acted alone. Investigators say multiple people may have been involved, including individuals from David's close inner circle. One name that continues to surface is Asia Collins. There have been long-standing rumors that David and Asia were romantically involved at some point, and sources claim she was fully aware that Celeste was present, which reportedly created tension. According to online discussions, Asia allegedly did not like Celeste. In a leaked video that has circulated, she appears to laugh while a close associate talks about confessing to a murder. That clip has raised serious questions and concern among viewers. As authorities now describe Celeste's murder as a possible group act, attention has shifted to those closest to David. This includes his manager, Robert Morgan Roth, his other manager, Josh Marshall, and his friend Nia, who has been mentioned previously. However, today the focus turns to someone believed to be even closer to David, and possibly to Celeste as well. Asia Collins has resurfaced in recent reports, stating investigators were searching for a female witness who was not cooperating. What stands out is the possibility that this lack of cooperation may be intentional, not accidental. She also happens to share the same lawyer as that tour manager, Robert, the same man who pushed for the tour to continue. That detail alone raised questions. Robert had the ability to contact authorities, but when he was asked about it in court, he said he didn't believe it was his responsibility. He claimed his only responsibility was keeping the tour moving forward, even under those circumstances. I've also received separate information involving Robert and Asia, but I made a clear decision to keep that off the record. I said from the start I wouldn't speak on it publicly, and that still stands. There is more there, but it's not something I'm putting out right now. What is public, though, is the issue of cooperation. Because Asia is not cooperating, it's likely going to reach a point where a judge steps in and forces her to testify. You can't ignore a court order. That's not how the justice system works. As of now, there are no reports of Asia being arrested, despite ongoing discussion in online forums. Some people claim she was, or still is, David's girlfriend. That's something I personally question based on what I know. Still, there is a video where Asia talks about the relationship, making it sound like Celeste was being treated as the other woman, constantly trying to reach David while he was MIA.
This video to y'all's attention because somebody was mentioning how it was very weird that she mentioned being used for content and talking about somebody having another girlfriend but not making content. You'll have to hear it for yourself, so just listen.
Would you be down to be in some content with me? Sure, yeah, I could be down. What would we be doing? Oh, I'm going to exploit you, sexualize you, and then embarrass you on stream. Wait, what? Oh, my bad. And then we're gonna go on like a date on stream. I don't really know if, and I have a girlfriend by the way, like a secret one, but don't mind her. Then why not make content with her? It's just content. It's not like my girl cares or anything. Sure, she might spam call me because she feels like I'm cheating on her, but she understands because it's work. Right.
I know I'm not the only person that finds that very odd. And the comment saying oh, it's not like she blows my phone up because she feels like I'm cheating on her. That is really weird. That could have been regarding Celeste.
Asia later posted on her Instagram story saying, "For legal and safety reasons, I do not feel comfortable talking about the case. I will speak about it in due time. In the meantime, I suggest you don't believe everything you see online." That message stood out to a lot of people because many felt it showed very little empathy towards Celeste, a 14-year-old girl whose life was taken. We've talked about this before, but another message resurfaced that involved Asia responding privately to someone she knew on Instagram. The person wrote, "Bro, this is my friend's girlfriend," in response to a missing poster for Celeste that had been shared by a mutual contact. Someone else then asked, "Is there any way you can confirm she's 13? Asia's response was, "UTF, you're lying." There's no confirmed date on when that screenshot was taken. It's possible Asia didn't know the full details at first, but it does appear she learned more later and chose not to speak publicly. Some people online claimed she relocated to Norway, though that has never been confirmed. She was traveling for a period of time, but it appears she has since returned to Los Angeles after people began questioning her absence. Whether officially confirmed by the courts or not, many believe Asia is the witness at the center of this case. A Reddit user also shared a video claiming Asia posted the clip herself, showing her laughing and saying someone is admitting to literal murder in their confessional before it was allegedly removed. The clip involves Asia Collins and another user, along with a third woman whose identity is still unclear. The context of the so-called confessional isn't fully explained, but Asia is clearly part of the stream. She's heard talking about murder during a live session dated June 2025. This was months before the public learned what happened to Celeste, but close enough to the timeline that many believe it took place shortly after her death, possibly in the spring. What stands out is Asia's reaction. While the other two people in the stream sound concerned, with one suggesting the situation be reported, Asia appears to laugh. Viewers noticed the contrast immediately. One comment described her reaction as disturbing. Not long after,
we have people admitting to literal like murder in our confession.
We like report this? Guys, this person is a criminal.
I'm sorry, it's just like we have people literally in our confessions admitting to like whole ass crimes.
Yeah, why does someone just do self-promo and everything?
Oh my.
After Asia posted another message on her Instagram story saying, "Since people are being super disrespectful, I will clarify some things. I did not know the girl nor her age. May she rest in peace." That statement raised more questions because of earlier messages that suggest she may have known Celeste's age. The missing poster referenced was shared early on, which would mean that information had been public for some time. Asia also wrote, "I've never posted any videos with Celeste Rivas, only my friends Vanessa and Celeste Herrera, who are commonly being mistaken as Celeste Prevera." She went on to criticize people online, saying they act like detectives while missing obvious differences. The overall tone came across as dismissive, almost as if she was suggesting there was no case at all. At the same time, her extended travel to Norway drew attention, especially since it coincided with increased scrutiny around her role as a witness. I don't know. But the timing stands out. Being away during a period when the courts may need you raises questions. What's noticeable is that Asia never actually denied knowing Celeste. She only said she didn't know her age. That distinction matters. It suggests she may have crossed paths with Celeste, especially considering how often she was present at David's home during live streams. Caleb, David's brother, may have also been aware of Celeste. The two were reportedly seen backstage together at a show. Just because something wasn't posted doesn't mean it didn't happen. And with the number of photos showing Asia and David together over time, it's difficult for some people to believe she had no awareness of Celeste at all. It does appear that Asia is trying to create distance, which is understandable under the circumstances. Still, many don't fully believe the claim that she didn't know Celeste at all. The pressure seems to be building, and her response has been to slowly step back. She's mentioned the streaming community being toxic, but it also comes across as avoiding questions. The bigger issue is how quiet everyone close to David has been. There hasn't been a single whistleblower.
I love streaming, and I hopefully will come back to like some platforms soon, but the streaming community is so severely toxic right now, and I need people to understand that like there's so much stuff that goes behind the scenes that you guys just do not see. But I digress. You guys will probably find out some of the people I'm talking about very soon, because when you're a bad person, eventually everyone finds out naturally. That's the thing about bad people. They expose themselves. I don't need to do anything. Karma's.
He's been surrounded by the same people for years, and speculation continues about how long he may have known Celeste, which is deeply concerning and still unanswered. A Reddit user pointed out an inconsistency in Asia's statements. At first, she claimed she didn't know Celeste at all. Later, when information surfaced suggesting she did know her, the explanation shifted to saying Celeste had claimed to be 19 years old. That change in story has caused many people to question her credibility. Some believe she was aware of Celeste's presence and chose not to intervene, instead staying focused on her own online image. There are also clips that have made people deeply uncomfortable. In one video connected to David's content, Asia is present during a moment that viewers described as disturbing and inappropriate. While intent is unclear, many feel the footage highlights a pattern of behavior that should have raised alarms much earlier. Around 4 months ago, both Neo and Asia appeared to distance themselves from David online. They unfollowed him on Instagram after previously posting frequent photos together, suggesting they were once very close. That sudden shift didn't go unnoticed. Additional speculation surfaced when someone claimed Neo may have been the last person connected to moving a vehicle tied to the case, after which his social media suggested he traveled overseas. That claim remains unverified. As for Asia, she has continued to defend David in subtle ways online. One comment summed up how many feel, saying they find it hard to believe she didn't, at the very least, know something was wrong. Asia later wrote online, "I have a life outside of this, just my friends." Someone responded directly, saying there was no way she could have been that close to David and not known what was going on for years. They claimed it wasn't even being hidden. Asia replied, "Life is expensive, babe, and I'm depressed. I didn't know her age. This stuff breaks my heart." That response didn't sit well with many people. In a TikTok posted on October 28th, Asia appeared to joke about being locked up around Halloween. There's no confirmation she was ever arrested in the past, but the tone stood out. To some, it felt careless, especially given that authorities have said this case may involve more than just David. Names like Neo and Asia continue to come up in discussions surrounding who may have known what. Seeing Asia and Neo appear unbothered and at times almost dismissive online has angered a lot of observers. About 2 months ago, Asia deactivated her TikTok, which many interpreted as stepping back under pressure. The way she's made light of the situation has led some to believe there was tension between her and Celeste while Celeste was still alive. There's also speculation that Asia may have wanted a closer relationship with David, which could explain some of her reactions, though that remains unproven. Defense attorney Mark Garros, who often speaks publicly, has said one reason David hasn't been arrested yet is the lack of video evidence directly tying him to placing Celeste's body in the Tesla, beyond confirming their relationship. However, an investigator named Steve recently released what is believed to be the last known photo of Celeste alive. That image was reportedly recovered from the home David was renting, adding another unsettling layer to the case. Before we wrap this up, I want to touch on another theory that's been circulating, one that focuses heavily on the timeline and centers around David's Coachella performance. The theory suggests that whatever happened to Celeste may connect directly to that period. The video pushing this idea pulls from several Reddit posts that outline what some are calling a conspiracy. Normally, I'd brush that off, but this one doesn't feel completely out of reach. People remember David's Coachella performance clearly. During weekend one, he fell on his face on stage. At the time, it seemed embarrassing, even chaotic, but looking back now, it feels different. Something appears to have shifted around April. His behavior became darker, more emotional, and noticeably unstable. That timing keeps coming up, and it's hard to ignore. The people I keep circling back to are Neo and Asia. Many believe they know more than they've shared and may be protecting David for reasons that haven't been explained. From the outside, it all feels empty and unsettling, and it raises serious questions about loyalty and silence. Now I want to hear from you. What do you think about this theory and the timeline around Coachella? Drop your thoughts in the comments. Make sure to like, share, and subscribe. And I'll see you in the next one.
A gruesome discovery in a tow yard.
Authorities say they were called to an impound lot in Hollywood after someone noticed a foul odor coming from a car.
The woman's body stuffed into a Tesla and left for days or even weeks.
But Eyewitness News has learned the 2023 Tesla is registered in Hempstead, Texas to multi-platinum artist and musician.
It's been a full month since a body was found inside the trunk of singer David's Tesla, abandoned in an old impound lot in Los Angeles. When the story first hit the internet, people thought it was just a bizarre and tragic coincidence. Let's make one thing clear. David didn't harm anyone. There's absolutely no proof he did anything like that. But as new details began surfacing, things started looking suspiciously connected to him. Or at least that's how social media made it seem. I even covered it on my channel, and that video blew up with nearly 800,000 views. With everyone speculating nonstop, the question on everybody's mind became loud and clear. Why hasn't David been taken in for questioning yet? One of the biggest problems here is how wild the misinformation has gotten online. So before we go deeper, let's break down exactly what's been happening step by step. If you missed my earlier breakdowns of this whole saga, here's the quick recap you need. On September 8th, 2025, authorities were called to an impound lot on North Mansfield Avenue in Hollywood after someone reported a terrible odor coming from a car parked there. The smell was coming from a black Tesla that had only been towed in a few days earlier. Turns out, this same Tesla had been left abandoned in an upscale Los Angeles neighborhood before ending up at the lot. When investigators checked the vehicle, they made a shocking discovery: a body hidden in the trunk wrapped in trash bags. Naturally, police immediately traced the car's registration, and that's when they found out it was registered under David's name, even though he technically hadn't been driving it for some time. David had been on tour for weeks when all of this went down. And get this, he'd actually left that Tesla behind long before the discovery. At the time everything unfolded, he was over 2,000 miles away from Los Angeles, performing somewhere between his Minnesota and Wisconsin stops. His tour had kicked off way back at the start of August, which means he hadn't even set foot in California since August 5th. So at first, it made total sense why people believed he couldn't have been involved at all. His fans and even some online friends were quick to defend him, saying things like, "He's not a murderer." No way. One even joked, "Thank God, bro, because I was still gonna listen to his music. I just didn't want to feel bad doing it." Back then, everyone assumed the person found in that trunk had no connection to David whatsoever. The most popular theory online was that someone else, possibly a random stranger, had used his abandoned car without him knowing. That theory gained even more traction after reports surfaced that another body had been discovered inside a different car in the same tow yard.
And that breaking news is out of South LA for the second time in just 2 days. We're following the discovery of a body that was found in a car, this car right here, in a local tow yard.
Now, authorities haven't officially confirmed whether those two discoveries are linked. And honestly, that silence has been driving people wild. The police and even the city of Los Angeles have been super quiet about the whole thing. And we'll get into why later in this video. Meanwhile, as all this chaos was unfolding, David kept going with his tour like nothing had happened. His team later released a statement saying he'd been informed of the situation and was fully cooperating with investigators while staying on the road. Fans noticed how calm and collected he seemed on stage, performing, smiling, and acting like a pro despite the madness swirling around his name. After the initial chaos died down, the internet slowly moved on. David kept performing, fans kept showing up, and for a moment, everything seemed like it was back to normal until September 17th hit. That's when the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Office finally identified the person found in the back of David's car. The victim was confirmed to be 14-year-old Celeste Riva Hernandez, a heartbreaking discovery that left the public in total shock. If you follow my channel, you'll remember I didn't mention her name in the first video out of respect for her family, who hadn't spoken publicly at that time. Now that they've come forward, I can say her name while reminding everyone to be kind and respectful toward her loved ones. They're enduring something no family should ever face. According to online investigators, Celeste had been listed as missing since April 5th, 2024. When her identity was officially released, there didn't appear to be any clear link between her and David at first. But as the day went on, social media exploded with speculation. Some users began spreading claims suggesting there might have been some kind of friendship or connection between the two, though none of that has been verified by authorities. It's important to emphasize that Celeste was a minor, and David, who's now 20, was legally an adult. Because of that, these rumors sparked serious concern and outrage online. But once again, nothing has been officially confirmed. What fueled even more talk was the discovery that both Celeste and David had the same small tattoo on their right index fingers, the same design Rihanna made famous back in 2009. Fans quickly pointed out that it could easily be a coincidence since many celebrities like Lindsay Lohan, Lily Allen, and Cher Lloyd also got the same ink during that era. Still, the timing seemed odd because that trend peaked in the early 2000s, long before Celeste was even old enough to have known about it, which made the whole situation feel even more mysterious. Celeste wasn't even born when Rihanna got that tattoo, which made things feel even more suspicious. But that was only the beginning of a wave of so-called evidence linking her to David. And surprisingly, most of it came straight from David's own past posts. Before his music career took off, David was actually known online as a popular Fortnite YouTuber. Back then, he didn't go by David at all. He used his gamer tag Chronic Ant, a nickname inspired by his middle name, Anthony. He used to post Fortnite highlights and mix in his own tracks to avoid copyright issues. That's how his music started gaining attention. Since he'd been online for years, people started digging through every old post he'd ever made, going all the way back to his early uploads. Some even claimed to find supposed screenshots from his Discord account showing messages between him and someone named Celeste. But here's the twist. Many of those screenshots were later proven to be altered or generated using AI. That's why I'm not showing them here, because this case has already been tangled up in so much misinformation. Still, there were rumors that Celeste once appeared in one of David's old Twitch live streams, and eventually a short clip started circulating, which reignited the whole conversation once again.
I media trained you. That's controversial.
It's controversial of kids.
Delete everything. Everything goes. Everything goes.
At the end of that resurfaced clip, David could be heard telling his mods to delete any trace of the live stream, which made things look way more suspicious. That likely explains why the video was so difficult to find in the first place. While some people were digging through his Discord messages, others started re-watching his old TikToks. And a few of those posts definitely raised eyebrows. Some of his older clips had odd captions that hinted at jealousy and relationship drama, which made fans uncomfortable given the accusations flying around. Then came another twist. David's own music started being used as evidence too. Two of his biggest songs, Romantic Homicide and Rehab, were both released on the same date as Celeste's birthday, which some people thought couldn't be a coincidence. In both videos, David appears blindfolded and surrounded by women who fans claim slightly resemble Celeste. The storylines show heartbreak and loss, which many viewers found eerie considering the situation. Of course, music videos are often symbolic, so this alone doesn't prove anything, but it sure added to the mystery. And just when things couldn't get any wilder, fans discovered an unreleased track allegedly titled Celeste. Only a short snippet ever leaked online, but the lyrics themselves made people uneasy. I won't repeat or play them here, but it's safe to say that unfinished song made this entire case even harder for the public to ignore. When David reportedly wrote that unreleased song, Celeste would have been around 12 or 13 while he was 18, which only made people more uneasy about the rumors. But before jumping to conclusions, remember that a lot of this story has been tangled up in false info online, so it's important to look at everything carefully. After all these supposed connections went viral, police carried out a late-night search on September 18th at a mansion in the Hollywood Hills, a property David had been renting. Since the search happened overnight, it was clear investigators wanted to secure any possible evidence quickly. They were seen leaving with electronic devices and appeared to be looking for camera footage or anything nearby that might help clarify what really happened.
Tonight, law enforcement sources say the LAPD spent hours searching the Hollywood Hills home of star singer David after they say the remains of a missing teen girl were found inside the performer's Tesla. Detectives removing multiple items from the home overnight, including a computer. Police say the Tesla had been abandoned not far.
That's where I left things in my last update. And since then, even more confusing information has surfaced. As the pressure mounted, David's team officially canceled all remaining tour dates on September 19th. The internet was exploding with takes. And soon, people claiming to know Celeste personally began posting their own stories online, some saying they'd known about her friendship with David. Then, a shocking clip started spreading, allegedly showing one of Celeste's former teachers warning students about online safety and risky interactions on social media. That moment reignited the public's focus on how serious and complicated this whole case has become. The teacher had shared Celeste's story in class as a warning about the dangers of meeting strangers online. But the talk also hinted at troubling details about her past interactions with David.
That's her in my classroom in front of this poster right here. Okay, hold up. I got another one because I got a picture on TMZ of this other kid exchanging stuff with the rapper who we alleged did this stuff. Hold on a second, because he's also in my classroom.
If this teacher's account was real, it suggested Celeste may have left home to meet him more than once, with authorities reportedly getting involved earlier in 2024. Not long after, TMZ released an interview with someone claiming to be her former classmate, who mentioned that Celeste had come from a difficult household and might have talked about leaving home beforehand.
She said how her mom didn't treat her well or whatever, and she didn't like where she was at.
Did she talk at all about her relationship with her parents?
Kind of. She just said they were mean or whatever.
Around the same time, a few anonymous sources who said they'd crossed paths with David claimed they'd seen him out with someone who matched Celeste's description, though they believed she was much older. According to them, she told people she was a college student and used fake IDs to pass as an adult. But even if others were misled, that doesn't excuse what's being alleged, especially since rumors claim David had known her for years. As the pressure built, more people came forward online saying they'd seen the two together, and it felt like things were closing in fast on David. Before anything official happened, though, David and his team abruptly moved out of the Hollywood Hills mansion on September 24th. Witnesses said movers spent a couple of hours packing up boxes and loading a red Tesla registered to his manager, leaving the whole situation even more mysterious. The move might have been innocent, but the timing definitely raised eyebrows. Once someone moves out of a rented home, it becomes way harder for investigators to search it again, especially if new tenants move in. So if anything was missed the first time around, it could be gone for good. Then, just when things couldn't get more suspicious, new reports surfaced saying David had recently transferred ownership of his two Houston homes to his mother, one on September 18th and another on September 21st, right after Celeste's identity became public. Fans immediately started speculating that he might have done it to protect his assets, though nothing official has confirmed that. At this point, everyone online was asking the same thing. Why hasn't David been arrested yet? From the internet's perspective, it looked like an open and shut case, but in reality, it's a lot more complex. Authorities can't just make an arrest based on social media theories. They need solid, verifiable evidence before moving forward. Before anything can happen legally, investigators have to determine how Celeste died. If it turns out her passing was the result of an accident, substance use, or natural causes, then it wouldn't be ruled as foul play. Until the coroner confirms the cause of death, the case can't officially move forward, which explains the long, tense silence surrounding it all. Even if someone tried to hide Celeste's body afterward, that would affect what kind of charges they could face, especially if they weren't the one who actually caused her harm. Right now, investigators are reportedly waiting on toxicology results to better understand what really happened before she was found. Authorities need those reports before making any major moves. If they arrest someone too soon, like David, without enough evidence, the entire case could collapse in court. And let's not forget, it's still unclear if others might have been involved. Just because David knew Celeste doesn't automatically mean he was the one responsible. There could be more people connected to what happened. Still, most of what's being discussed online are just theories, unverified claims that keep spreading faster than the facts. So it's best to wait until law enforcement releases an official statement. One thing that did catch everyone's attention, though, was that David recently hired top entertainment lawyer Blair Burke, known for representing huge celebrity names in controversial cases. That move alone made people speculate even more. While researching this story, I noticed tons of supposed evidence floating around online. Much of it turned out to be AI-generated, photoshopped, or totally unrelated. Some people even shared random police footage claiming it was David, when it clearly wasn't. The internet has been running wild with rumors, and separating truth from fiction has become nearly impossible. Not long after, an Instagram account claimed they'd hacked David's iCloud, but the so-called leaks turned out to be completely fake and AI-generated. It was just another attempt to grab attention, and unfortunately, that kind of thing became a trend fast. Soon, TikTok, Twitter, and Instagram were overflowing with made-up screenshots and edited videos being shared as if they were real. The flood of false information got so bad that investigators now have to spend weeks, maybe months, carefully sorting through everything they've collected to figure out what's genuine and what's AI generated. They're checking devices, chat logs, and recordings to make sure nothing fake slips into the actual case, because one bad piece of misinformation could ruin an entire trial. Then came one of the wildest rumors yet, that David was officially cleared as a suspect. A massive gaming drama page even tweeted, "Singer David is not a murder suspect, police have confirmed." But that post quickly got hit with a correction saying it was misleading. Authorities haven't named any official suspects because the medical examiner still hasn't confirmed the cause of death. Even so, TikToks started popping up everywhere claiming David was innocent, stirring outrage and confusion. A lot of those videos were clearly made just to spark arguments and rack up views, turning a tragic situation into viral content. Right now, as I finish this video, there still aren't any officially named suspects. And that's mainly because investigators are still waiting on the confirmed cause of death. Until that's clear, no one can be publicly accused. Meanwhile, the internet has turned this tragedy into endless clickbait. People posting half-truths just to get views and comments. It's honestly one of the worst sides of social media. If creators want to talk about a case this serious, they should at least do it with respect and accuracy. This isn't some made-up feud for content. It's a real story with real consequences that's affecting real people. Too many are treating it like entertainment, and that's not okay. At the end of the day, all we can hope for is that Celeste's family gets justice and some peace after everything they've been through. They deserve answers, not more noise from the internet. If you've been following along, make sure to like, subscribe, share, and drop a comment on what you think about how this case is unfolding. And I'll see you in the next one.
I will say this, there are some things that, and I'm talking physical evidence that was at that house that is, there could have been greater plans as far as getting rid of her, and it's scary, sadistic stuff. You can see the person and you can see what they're wearing something pretty distinctive, and there's photos that I have from 12 hours earlier, a person at the house wearing the same thing.
This whole David situation just keeps twisting in ways nobody expected. At this point, it wouldn't shock anyone if Celeste's family decided to take legal action. Not just against him, but maybe even against his label too. Now, it's not confirmed yet, let's be clear about that. But the way everything's been unfolding, the silence, the shaky footage, the wild inconsistencies, it's all starting to feel like something serious is brewing. And if it does turn legal, it's not gonna be pretty. David's label, darkroom under inner scope, has been ghost quiet. No statements, no clarity, just radio silence. The only person who said anything at all is his manager, Josh Marshall, and he flat out denied any connection to what happened to Celeste Rivas Hernandez. But besides that one quick statement, it's been crickets. And honestly, when things reach this level of heat and a label stays that quiet, it usually means there's trouble bubbling underneath. Now here's where things take a darker turn, because while people keep throwing around the word lawsuit, that might not even be the real story. Wait till you hear what's coming out behind the scenes about Celeste's final hours. It could flip this entire case upside down. Ever since Celeste's death, something about this story just hasn't sat right. The timeline's shaky, the details don't line up, and the reactions, especially from David's side, feel strange. After canceling his tour, he completely vanished. No public appearances, no statements, nothing. And even though law enforcement hasn't called him a suspect, that doesn't erase the fact that he was involved with someone who wasn't of legal age. That's serious. You can almost feel how cautious Celeste's family has been. They haven't spoken publicly, but their silence feels strategic, like they're collecting receipts before they make a move. And honestly, if this was all just some misunderstanding, wouldn't someone have cleared it up by now? The longer this drags on, the worse it looks. David himself hasn't said a single word. No interviews, no statement, not even a simple RIP post. And considering that multiple sources say Celeste was his girlfriend, that silence screams louder than any denial. Sure, he couldn't attend her funeral, but come on, he could have at least posted something, anything. The lack of emotion feels cold, almost calculated. Then everything flipped overnight. Out of nowhere, a private investigator jumped into the mix, and what he revealed next turned this entire story upside down. A few days ago, Steve Fisher went public with what he uncovered. He didn't sound like some clout chaser. He sounded drained, like what he found still haunts him. Fisher revealed that after months of digging, there's still no confirmed footage showing Celeste at the property everyone keeps mentioning. Instead, what he found were photos. Pictures believed to have been taken by David himself, but not on a phone. These shots came from a regular camera and were snapped at totally different spots across the city. During that part of the interview, Fisher began connecting the dots, saying the photos hinted that Celeste might have been staying somewhere else, possibly near downtown LA, and the last photo of her? It was dated January 2nd, 2025. That one small detail flipped the timeline completely because it didn't match the version of events the public had been fed before.
Recovered. We don't have any of her at that property. We have pictures of her and that were taken by David, we assume, because it's not on a camera phone, but these photos are on a regular camera at different locations, and it really makes me think that it's likely she had another place she was staying. I can tell you that there was a lot of time spent towards downtown LA, and I'll say the last photo that we have of Celeste is January 2nd, 2020.
Then Reddit took it to another level. A thread appeared titled, "Proof David rented his first place in Hollywood while still renting a second. Celeste's secret hideout." It claimed that David had been leasing 2 properties at the same time. One in Hollywood and another close to where Celeste's body was later discovered. That's when people online started questioning why the second place was never searched. Could that have been where she stayed whenever he went on tour? Then someone dropped a wild observation that grabbed everyone's attention. "Look at that date," they said. "He got rid of the second place in March." People started piecing it together, speculating that something must have gone down between January and February. And then boom, by March, the property was suddenly back up for rent. The timing was just too suspicious, right after the last known photo of Celeste surfaced. Another comment caught everyone's attention too. It said, "It all just keeps looping back around." Even in one of his songs, he says, "Don't run away, I've got a place you can stay." It was probably this property. Now obviously, none of that's been proven yet, but when you line it all up, the photos dated in January, the property suddenly back on the market in March, and those lyrics that hit way too close to home, it's not hard to see why people started connecting the dots. Still, with all that speculation flooding the internet, we've got to stick to what's actually been confirmed. Authorities haven't ruled Celeste's death as a homicide, the medical examiner hasn't pinned down a clear cause, and officially, David still isn't considered a suspect. But the inconsistencies Fisher exposed are enough to make anyone pause and question what really went down that night. And it doesn't stop there. When Steve Fisher began describing what he'd uncovered, you could almost feel the air shift. He didn't spill every detail, but he mentioned signs of what he called a twisted plan, something that might have involved tools or steps to make her disappear. Thankfully, whatever that plan was, it never happened. The fact that someone even thought about doing something like that is beyond disturbing. Now, this next part doesn't come from Fisher. It's from a viewer's theory that's been spreading like wildfire online. And while there's no proof it's true, it definitely echoes what a lot of people have been thinking. One viewer wrote, "I've been saying since the day after they found the body, before I even knew who this kid was, that the body was in the Tesla when he left for tour and that the tour was used as his alibi, his cover story." They went on, "It could have been anyone who moved her, maybe even while he was gone. He wasn't in the state." These kinds of comments blew up, with people saying it actually makes sense. Like maybe that's why he left the car behind before hitting the road. That same post even called it the most blatant, clear-cut case they'd ever seen, saying the evidence shows sociopathic levels of stupidity and narcissism. They pointed out how David showed off his relationship online and in his music, but then tried to hide her face with hoodies and purses like that would fool anyone. Fans said it almost felt like he thought he could outsmart both the internet and law enforcement just by playing it low-key. Even though none of that theory's been confirmed, the fact that so many people find it believable says a lot about how twisted this situation has become. At this point, it's not even about what's on camera anymore. It's about what's missing. The gaps in the timeline, the things nobody's explaining, the silence that just keeps growing louder. And if this ever ends up in court, and honestly it's starting to sound like it might, those missing details could be what cracks the whole thing open. To make it even murkier, Celeste's age has added another layer of confusion. Some of David's own friends reportedly told investigators they had no idea she was underage. They thought she was a 19-year-old college student. Celeste was known to show up at USC events and was even spotted inside age-restricted clubs and parties. Later, law enforcement confirmed she had multiple fake IDs, which explains how she got into places she technically shouldn't have been, but that's exactly what makes this story so tragic. It blurs the line between what was manipulation and what was intentional, leaving everyone questioning who really had control. Around that same time, reports surfaced saying David quietly transferred 2 of his Houston area properties into a trust under his mother's name. One of those houses, the same address that got swatted last September. The fake 911 call that sent cops rushing to his family's home in the middle of the night. On paper, that might look like normal estate planning, but to a lot of people, it screamed damage control. Like someone trying to shield assets before things exploded. And that's what really sticks with people, the silence. The way everyone's just acting like nothing's happening. Because in this industry, quiet doesn't mean peace. It usually means protection. Someone, somewhere, is covering for somebody. If Celeste's family decides to take legal action, the label could get dragged into the mess too. Because if they ignored warning signs or stayed quiet about what they knew, that's not just bad PR. That's straight up negligence. And no fancy press release or spin can make that disappear. At this point, it doesn't even seem like people are angry anymore. They're just exhausted. Every new detail feels like reopening the same wound again and again. And as for David, what can you even say? No matter how talented he is, once your name gets tied to something this dark, the music just doesn't sound the same anymore. Those songs that once hit deep now just feel strange, almost haunting. You can't even listen without your mind flashing back to everything that's gone down. Maybe it's just me, but when people talk about his music now, it doesn't sound like admiration anymore. It sounds tense, uncomfortable, like nobody knows how they're supposed to feel about it. Sure, he can drop new tracks, plan new tours, post new apologies, but once your name becomes tied to something tragic like this, it sticks. That kind of shadow doesn't fade just because the beat's catchy. And right now, no one really knows where this story's heading next. But if history's taught us anything, it's that secrets never stay buried forever. Eventually, the truth surfaces, or someone makes sure it never does, and both of those possibilities are terrifying in their own way. Either way, what's done can't be undone, because if this lawsuit actually happens, it won't just shake up his career, it'll rip open the whole system that let all of this stay silent for so long. And once that happens, there's no coming back from it. So what do you think? Is this the beginning of the end for David's career, or just the calm before the storm? Drop your thoughts below, hit that like button, share, subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one.
Breaking news, the medical examiner is speaking out for the first time, and they're calling out the LAPD on how they're handling the case of David and Celeste. I mean, this is crazy.
A full-blown clash is exploding between the medical examiner in the Celeste Rivas case and the LAPD, and it's getting messy fast. The LAPD is scrambling to shut down the medical examiner, who's suddenly ready to drop secrets that were never meant to see daylight.
Turns out, the LAPD, this is the second bite of the apple. In September, mid-September, they went to a judge and said, we want to get the ME's file sealed, and the judge wouldn't do it. The judge said there's not enough evidence to justify sealing it because it's really unusual to do that. So they went back again a few days ago, and this time they got it. And the ME is angry. I mean, I have never in my life seen the Emmy come out with a press release. I mean,
Something is seriously off in Los Angeles tonight because this isn't just a tragic death anymore. It's a case dripping with secrecy, rumors about a frozen body, agencies turning on each other, and a missing 4-month timeline that still has everyone shaking. And this time, the truth isn't coming from some clean-cut police press briefing. It's leaking straight out of the medical examiner's office, and the details sound way darker than anyone expected. Right after investigators ruled the case a murder, the LAPD made a wild move. They ran straight to court and demanded a secrecy order to block the medical examiner from releasing Celeste's autopsy. The reason they gave was cold and intense. They claimed releasing the autopsy could put witnesses at risk, expose people helping investigators, and blow up the whole case. But things flipped even harder when the medical examiner, who never talks in big cases, suddenly stepped into the drama and shook the whole room. The first jaw-dropper hit when people tied to the medical examiner claimed Celeste's body showed signs of being partially frozen, and not from the day she was found, but possibly weeks or even months earlier.
our sources connected to the medical examiner say that it was partially frozen when found.
That one detail flipped the whole case on its head. It would explain so much. The missing months between Celeste disappearing and being discovered, the extreme decomposition after thawing, and why certain examinations couldn't even be done. But this is where everything truly blew up. The LAPD rushed out and denied the frozen body claims, trying to shut the whole idea down. Meanwhile, insiders inside the medical examiner's office refused to fold. They kept saying the condition of the remains matched freezing and thawing patterns, even if she wasn't frozen anymore when she was finally found. And then another detail dropped that made the mystery even heavier. A medical examiner document revealed something unusual. Celeste's fingers were waterlogged, which made live scan fingerprinting impossible. Waterlogged fingers usually show up when skin has been submerged in moisture or when it's been frozen and then partially thawed, creating that soft, moisture-filled tissue. That sent people spinning because it opened up a new, disturbing question that nobody wanted to say out loud.
The fingers were in a state where you couldn't get a fingerprint that would lead to the identity of the person. It was, I suppose you could say, blunted by water. And what does water mean? I mean, it could mean a variety of things, but it does kind of align with the notion of frozen.
If the body was frozen, where exactly was it kept? And who could get into that spot? Then the next revelation pushed investigators toward one very specific person. They found out about a strange trip David took months before the Tesla was found. He reportedly drove out to a remote area in Santa Barbara in the middle of the night, stayed there for hours, then came right back home, according to insiders. This detail added a whole new layer of suspicion. Detectives familiar with the case started suspecting that this strange location might have been a spot where something serious went down. Maybe a dismemberment site, a temporary hideout for the remains, or even the place where Celeste lost her life. And this wasn't some rumor floating around online. This was an internal theory investigators were actually discussing behind closed doors. The timeline hit everyone with a chilling question. If something happened to Celeste in the spring, then why wasn't her body found until early September? That question sits right at the heart of one of the scariest mysteries in this whole situation. Every timeline they built kept pointing at the same horrifying gap, almost 4 months with zero explanation. If Celeste passed in April and wasn't discovered until September 8th, then where was she for all that time? A credible source claimed her body was never buried, so burial wasn't the way it was hidden. It wasn't left outdoors, and it for sure wasn't sitting in the Tesla for months.
Where was this body for 4 months? And I can't answer that. And I'm perplexed by it. And the only thing I've been told is don't necessarily use logic here.
The decomposition patterns don't match that at all. The medical examiner's early notes, freezing signs, waterlogged tissue, and strange tissue breakdown pushed investigators toward a terrifying idea. Celeste's body might have been kept somewhere controlled, frozen, hidden, and then dropped into the Tesla's trunk shortly before she was found. That kind of setup suggests the truth behind this case might be darker than anything people originally imagined. One detail erased any doubt about foul play. Celeste's body wasn't damaged by accident or nature. It was intentionally dismembered, according to people close to the medical examiner. That one fact changed the whole temperature of this investigation instantly. That might be exactly why an investigative grand jury is now involved, because once a body is intentionally cut apart, the case stops being a tragic situation and turns into a planned crime, maybe even a coordinated move that needed more than one person to pull off. Investigators knew this wasn't some simple storyline anymore. And that brings us to the internal battle that flipped the whole case upside down. The medical examiner and the LAPD have always had a rocky history, but this time their feud spilled straight into the public eye. Back in September, the LAPD tried to get the autopsy sealed, but the judge shut that down and said there wasn't enough proof to lock it away. Then the LAPD went back and tried again, and this time they got it sealed, which set everything on fire. The medical examiner was furious and dropped a public press release demanding transparency, something almost never seen in huge cases like this. And that press release wasn't sugar-coated at all. It hinted that the LAPD was holding back information, blocking cooperation, or keeping key findings from the public. In his statement, Chief Medical Examiner Dr. Ode Oppo said, "The practice of security holds is virtually unheard of in other counties and has not been proven to improve outcomes in the legal system. We are dedicated to serving our community with full transparency. However, the law precludes us from doing so while the court order remains in this case." That message hit like a warning siren to everyone watching this unfold. The fight didn't slow down after Dr. Oppo spoke out. It actually got wilder. Behind the scenes, insiders started whispering that the LAPD wasn't just sealing files for safety. They were trying to block the medical examiner from revealing something major. And the way both sides were moving made it feel like there were two different investigations happening at the same time, both pointing in completely different directions. People inside the examiner's office started hinting that there were additional findings that never made it into the public reports, findings that could shift the entire narrative of what happened to Celeste. Meanwhile, the LAPD pushed back harder than ever, acting like releasing those details would blow up the whole case and expose people who weren't supposed to be exposed. That only made the public even more suspicious. Then a new leak dropped. Someone familiar with the case claimed detectives were quietly re-interviewing people from Celeste's circle, but this time with way more pressure, almost like they finally had something solid to chase. And the person mentioned the vibe in those rooms wasn't casual at all. It was tense, like investigators knew time was running out. He also said the department understands how much the public wants answers in this case and promised they're committed to being transparent when the law allows it. They claimed that once the court order is lifted, more information will finally come out. But this is where the timeline gets real interesting, because right after the medical examiner pushed back, the frozen body allegations leaked. And those leaks came from medical examiner insiders, not the LAPD. That leak flipped the whole situation sideways. Experts jumped in fast, breaking down what freezing actually means in a case like this. A former medical examiner, Dr. Jury, explained something major. If a body has ever been frozen even once, even for a short time, specialists can spot it through microscopic changes in the cells and tissues. Freezing leaves fingerprints you can't hide, things like burst cells, damaged membranes, altered tissue structures, and that frozen then thawed texture that stands out like a warning sign. And that leads to one huge conclusion. If Celeste's body was frozen at any point, the medical examiner already knows. They might not be allowed to release that information yet, but they know exactly what the tissue showed. That raised the stakes again, because if freezing is confirmed, it points to planning, transport, equipment, and access to a controlled space where someone could keep a body hidden. This case is nowhere near wrapped up. Every new leak, every insider whisper, every document cracks the door open open a little more. And what's showing behind that door is seriously unsettling. Someone out there knows exactly what happened to Celeste. The medical examiner is holding information they legally can't share yet, and the grand jury is pulling every unanswered detail straight into the spotlight. At this point, all we can do is wait, because the next revelation might be the one that finally blows this case wide open. So make sure you hit that like button, subscribe, drop a comment, and share this video to stay locked in with every update. See you in the next one.